friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Today is going to be a chill stream, a very chill stream. Thanks everyone for being here so far. And that was some pretty chill music. I enjoyed it. Seems like you all enjoyed it as well. But yeah, we will write code today, but later, like probably in a couple of hours. But the plan is to stream at least until 4 o'clock my time. So I'm going to be live for at least 6 hours. It's going to be a long one today. So sit back, relax, enjoy the chillness. If you go to cdg.sh/calendar, you can see my stream schedule. So today, as you can see, we're going to be streaming for a while. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Code Wars Code Katas in the evening my time. And then on Friday we'll be doing a live stream. So if you go to this page, it should show up in your time zone. So for me, it's showing in Mountain Time Zone, but when you go to this page, it'll be in your time zone. Yeah. Oh, to know my time? Sure. I'm not opposed to that. Like literally just telling people that I'm in Mountain Time Zone. My plan is to eventually embed the calendar on my website, coding.garden. It's true you can... I pretty much always have the time... is time a command? It's not. I'll just add it. CJ is in Mountain Time Zone. America/Denver. Am I UTC -6? Well, thank you, Imslam. Says, I look good. I appreciate that. Little confidence boost. 7. Right now it's UTC -7 because of it's not daylight savings. There you go. Cool. So yeah, check out the calendar. Please tune in whenever I go live. It helps with the algorithm, and I appreciate it. It shows the calendar in your time zone? It shouldn't. I specifically removed the time zone here. Are you sure? Look in the bottom left. It should say what time zone it's being displayed in. Well, okay, so it is showing correctly for some people. If you want to convert, I always use World Time Buddy. It says Denver? Well, I use this website. So if you want to convert, you can throw Denver on there and then find your city. Like, let's say you live in Melbourne. You can see that it's currently 2 a.m. there. But yeah, you use this website if it's not showing up for you. It should, though. Don't know. But thanks for the sub. So Chief Mustardo with the 20 months, much appreciated. Nephine with the 3 months, who says, welcome back to regular streams. Hope it goes well on your new adventure. Thank you, Nephine. And I Revolt I with the 3-month resub. Appreciate it. I think Google Calendar is just it behaves differently for different people, because when I first generated this link, it had the time zone embedded in the URL, and I removed that. So yeah. I'll see if I have time to answer questions today, SF Mazan, and let's see if it's still here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember this. After I update my gear page, we'll talk about this, because this will be fun to talk about code. Thank you, Torafun. Multiple people have told me I look good, so I appreciate that. So yeah, I will do my best to answer this today. And don't feel obligated to, like, watch the whole stream. I'll give you a timestamp. I'll give you a timestamp so you can go back and watch if you're not watching whenever I answer it. Cool. So for those of you out there that have Amazon Prime, today is Prime Day. So I'm going to, I mean, I guess I've already sold out in that I have a bunch of affiliate links. So one way you can support me indirectly is just by going to my gear page and clicking one of these affiliate links. You don't even have to buy the thing. Though, I mean, if you're looking for something new, this XXL mouse pad is really cool. And I have 2 of them, and it doesn't exist anymore, which is why I need to update this page. But if you find something that does exist, like this keyboard, the affiliate link has my Coding Garden affiliate stuff in there. So if you actually don't even have to purchase this keyboard, just by clicking the link. Now Amazon has registered that you've clicked one of my affiliate links, and anything else you buy, I'll get a small percentage of the purchase. So if you are a Prime user, please, please, please use my affiliate links today, because it would help me out. So check that out here. Yeah. Yeah, Melinda Bean says, I'm on Amazon now looking at stuff I can't afford. I mean, I really am a sellout, but there's some pretty affordable stuff on my gear list. I mean, like that keyboard, this is actually the keyboard that I'm using right now. That's why I need to update the gear list, because it says the other one is my main one. This is actually my main one, and it's $33. I mean, I guess for some people that might be a lot of money, but for a decent mechanical keyboard, that's not much. It's a good entry-level mechanical keyboard. What else is pretty inexpensive? I have like audio cables and stuff like that on here too. Like HDMI cables that I use, well, I used to use for my cameras. I don't really use anymore. If you're looking for a really good pair of headphones, these are awesome. They are in-ear monitor style, but they have 5 drivers. Meaning like 5 individual little tiny speakers inside of the headphones that just make music sound amazing. And they're only $40. Oh, look at that. It's a Prime Day deal. You're saving money. Oh. Okay, I'll stop being a salesman now. It feels really scummy. But yeah, just check out my gear page. !gear in the chat will get you the link to it. I have seen some of the image from the James Webb Telescope, not directly, but I saw them like on Amazon comparing to the Hubble telescope, and it's like so much more HD. It's pretty cool to look at. I don't have a recommended chair, but I will show you the chair that I use. I got it from IKEA. It's the IKEA Marcus chair. Well, I didn't get it from IKEA. I got it from my work, and they got it from IKEA. They don't make the green one anymore, but they still make like a gray and a light gray one. This chair is extremely comfortable. I've sat in it for 8-hour days, obviously taking breaks and standing up every now and then, but like sitting in this chair for a very long time, and it is comfortable, and my butt doesn't hurt after sitting in it for a long time. So I like this chair. There are definitely better chairs out there, and probably better chairs in this price range, but I don't really have any other recommendations. What would I need to make a month from streaming to make this full-time? If I'm just going by Twitch subs, a lot, honestly. So I'll be completely transparent. At my coding job, I was making $135,000 a year. So that's over $10,000 a month. Now, I'm not expecting to match that salary. I would be happy with $60,000, $70,000 a year because I'm doing something that I love. But if you look at like just Twitch subs, so what? Let's say I'm making half of the money spent on Twitch sub. So usually, and it varies by people's contracts and stuff like that, but let's say you buy a Twitch sub for $5 or you use Twitch Prime, I'm going to see about half of that, so $2.50. So if, let's say I want to make $10,000 a month, divide that by 2.5, I would need 4,000 Twitch subs. And right now I have 200. Let's go to this screen. I think it has it on there. Nope, this screen. I have 229 subs. So I have a long way to go from 4,000. And that's if I just wanted to make my salary from Twitch subs alone, which I don't. My plan is to make paid courses and other various things, so I hope to make some income from that. Yeah. What's up, Slim? Oh, thank you, Melinda Beans. Yeah, and yeah, like I said, you don't have to buy anything. It's just if you were going to buy something anyways, please click my link because it helps. What's up, Waleed? It's been a while. Thanks for being here. It's not hard to code with a mechanical keyboard. I mean, I like it more. The one thing you need to worry about with this is if you work next to someone, because it can be really loud. So if you're going to get a mechanical keyboard, I recommend, and you work around other people, the brown switches aren't as loud and clacky. I think I got this with brown switches. The red switches are the louder ones. Oh, people are subbing with Prime? Wow! Thanks for all that. Statty, thanks for the 4 months. For Celsius with the 7 months. Long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here. Stady with the 200 bits. Thank you. Danger Mouse with the 8-month Prime. And Heck with the gift. You're too kind. Too kind. I think, actually, I don't think affiliate links will work for different countries because you probably you're not going to Amazon.com, you're going to Amazon. Some other domain. And so I think my affiliate links only work for Amazon.com. Yeah. The Ergodoc's easy. Oh, that's a type of keyboard? Yeah, let's look it up real quick. Is that the one that the Primeagen uses? It's not. But it looks cool. The Moonlander Mark 1. Yeah, so my partner uses a split keyboard. Nothing fancy like this, but the split keyboard definitely helped with her wrist pain. So yeah. What's up, Shreya? Whoa, yeah. So I mean, DevNote is mentioning their partner's company was throwing away Herman Miller chairs. Herman Miller chairs are like the best ergonomically, and like they're very comfortable, but they're also really good for ergonomics. But they are very expensive. If you ever see a chair that looks like this at like a thrift shop or something like that, like look at the tags to see what it is, because it might be a Herman Miller, and you might have just found a really good chair. But yeah, these chairs are great. What do I do with this money? I live. I pay my bills. Bills. Pay bills. And food. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I am currently under self-employed and like a 1099 contractor or whatever. So I pay, taxes aren't taken out of the money that Twitch gives me. I have to pay that directly. So I have to set aside some of the money that Twitch gives me to pay in income taxes. And then I have insurance from the marketplace. So I'm not paying any fines for that, but I do have to pay insurance out of pocket. What's up, Gaurav? Thanks for being here. Am I going to what's that? What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah, no worries, NM Frets. Right now, I'm basically living off of savings. Mainly because I didn't want to work anymore, and I want to figure out how to make Coding Garden a full-time thing. And I kind of mentioned it in my announcement video, like, if I don't figure it out, and if I don't sell enough courses, I'll probably just have to go back to doing a regular plain old job. But but I'm trying my best. Yeah, I mean, there are multiple ways I could think about making money. Software as a service is one, but I also don't want to spend all the time running the business because that takes a lot of time. And I want to spend most of my time working on Coding Garden, so it's tricky. And Corey Bus, thank you for that posture check. Yeah. Hey, I believe these are brown switches. Let's click the link to that keyboard and see if that's an option. Yeah, so this one has, you can see it right here, red switches, and then I have this one, the brown switch one, which is $6 more. But the red switch one is more clickety-clackety, and the brown is more dampened. You can look up some YouTube videos of people testing out the different types of switches, but you can also get keyboard dampening rings, these things. And so you pop the keys off, put these on there, and it'll silence your mechanical keyboard. It will change like the travel, like how far the key can go down, so it might change the typing feel, but it will quiet it slightly because the sound of plastic hitting plastic won't happen. But that's only part of the sound. The other part of the sound is the switch itself, not just plastic hitting plastic. Yeah. Oh, blues are the loudest. Okay. Oh, I'm so you can see my chat is scrolling here. I'm 4 minutes behind on chat. Over here on the left is real time. So if you just type 1 and hit enter and then count until you see it on my screen, that's your delay. And it's probably like 5 or 6 seconds. But then there's a further delay because I'm way behind on chat. So yeah, Danger Mouse, did you count? How long did it take? I think on Twitch you can also like go to advanced settings and it'll tell you your delay to the streamer. 5 seconds? Yeah. Have I considered it working at Fang for a few years? Yeah, I have. I mean, I think if I get tired of this, that's probably what I'll do. I'll just go get a really cushy job, save up a bunch of money, and then retire early. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't seen it, but that's on my list of to-dos today. So I want to design my videos website, because right now, if you go to coding.garden/videos, it is every single YouTube video, and then you can filter over it, but that's it. But I want to categorize them, and I'll have like beginner stuff, advanced stuff, full application builds, JavaScript focus, React focus, Vue focus, and I want to make a way for people to easily navigate between all of that content, because right now it's not. So it would be interesting to look at the Coding Trains website to see how they structured things. Oh. Browse the tracks. Main track. Okay, so code, ! That's the link that I always link to here if you do ! Chiefman. That's the playlist on YouTube. But that was one of my ideas, is I basically create YouTube playlists, and YouTube playlists are how I manage the categorization. And then I just pull those playlists into my videos website. This is cool. And then when you go to the track, it has stops along the track. Oh man. Oh, that's awesome. We got to come up with coding garden or with garden analogies. They got tracks. What do we have? Plots, rows. Growth stages. Well, we could look up the scientific names for various growth stages. Yeah. What do I think about the Nothing phone? Haven't heard of it. What's up, Juan? Did I try a first sabbatical? No, but my work has always said that. I mean, I guess it depends on the times and if they actually need more developers and stuff. But I probably could go back to work at the place that I left. You just started 2 1099 jobs, still getting used to putting money away for taxes. Yeah, it's a thing for sure. I haven't been interested in Web3, but I'll probably start to look into it. Yeah, what's up, ViewLancer? It's gone. My mustache is slowly coming back, and thank you for that hydrate, Spider-Man. Hey, no worries, Mark Boots. I appreciate you. What's up, El Muchacho? And Bino, hello. Rollers, hello. I want to eventually offer tutoring and mentoring, but I want to get coding gardens set up and I don't feel like I have the time right now until I've at least like published one course or something like that. But then eventually, yeah, this will be another revenue stream. So yeah. And D7 says, can I ask a question about learning? So I'm planning to learn C and C++ at the same time. A lot of people recommend don't do that, but I really want to do it. So what advice about that? How should I approach this? Well, C++ is a superset of C, just like TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. So any valid JavaScript is valid TypeScript. Same thing goes with C and C++. Any valid C code is valid C++ code. Like you technically could run any C code through a C++ compiler and it should work. So I'm not super close to these languages and I haven't used them in a very long time. So I think the reason people are not recommending to do that is just how different the coding styles are for the two languages. Because of course you can write C and compile it with C++, and maybe you add a few extra things in there that are only supported in C++, but at the end of the day, you're just kind of writing C with some extra stuff. C++, and especially modern C++, has a lot of cool things built into it, and it completely changes the coding style versus just a pure C coding style. So I think that's why people are saying don't try to learn both. I would say just focus on C++. Because, I mean, they're both, like, native languages. C++ just has more features and can do more stuff. So, yeah, that's my advice. But also, I don't use those things regularly, so don't listen to me. I mean, this is another thing, another potential revenue stream, right? Is if I do paid courses that are live. So instead of going live on Twitch, I could go live on a Zoom call that only specific people have a link to. And let's say they paid $5 or $10 for that to like sit in on a live lesson. That's another potential revenue stream. But I want to get a course onto Udemy first. That's my plan. My major milestone right now is to get a course onto Udemy. So that way, and I know that Udemy isn't the best, and like I know there are better options, but there are a lot of people that go to Udemy first to look for courses. So my plan is to get a course onto Udemy, so that way people can find me there, and after they found me, I can direct them to my own courses website, which eventually I will build. But the first step is to get a course. Second step, publish it to Udemy. Third step, create my own course platform. So yeah. Okay, that's good to know. Blue is the clacky one. Red is a linear switch with no tactile bump. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know much about mechanical keyboards, but in my experience, the red ones are louder than brown. That's about all I know. That's funny. Acid Spark says, I always wanted to be the guy that brings blue switches into the office if they're going to make me go in. Yeah. You could passive-aggressively just annoy everyone around you, and they'll be like, all right, Acid Spark, you can work from home. Jeez. I don't think I saw Mr. Demon Wolf in here earlier, but definitely check them out. Thanks for being here, Mr. Demon Wolf. Right now, anything I develop for Coding Garden is all going to be done by me, and will be open source. So if people want to contribute, they can. But certain things that I develop will be for profit, right? Like if I'm creating a courses website, I'm going to be making money from that. So I think people will be less likely to contribute to the open source project because I'm making money from it. However, people might like to use it as their own course website, so that's why they might contribute to it. But yeah, I mean, and I think you might be referencing my videos website. The thing is, there is no design on this website. It's literally every single YouTube video. The only nice thing is that you can instantly search and like search for React, search for Vue, search for web scraping. So that's nice, and that's a bit more convenient than having to search YouTube. But I want this, even though these are all YouTube videos, I want this to look almost like a courses website, but it's just organized YouTube videos. Yeah. Leaves? Ooh. Ooh, okay, yeah. So we're finally back here. So leaves, fields, crops, a plant that grows. Is that website made with Excel? I don't know which one you were referencing, El Muchacho. Is it the Coding Train website? I think this is just their design. This isn't Excel. Branches. Yeah, pick your branch, and then visit each of the leaves along that branch. Yeah, that's it. Little bites called sprouts. Seeds growing into a tree, branches, stems. I like the branch analogy, branches and leaves. The nothing phone is for crypto. Interesting. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what came to mind, because like there's a lot of solid lines on the borders, which is interesting. I think like technically you could recreate this in Excel, but I think that's just the style that they went with. I like it. I'm a fan. I want to be a coding propagule. I'm going to look up this word, and if I don't... Actually, I'm going to hide my screen because I don't know what this word means. But if it's bad, you're getting timed out, cute pony. Oh, I see. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. A portion of a plant or fungus, such as a seed or a spore, from which a new individual may develop. Interesting. This happened on... well, actually, I don't know if that's the same thing, but I had a bunch of trees cut down in my alleyway, and then now there's a bunch of limbs sprouting out from all of the stumps. That's not exactly the same thing. I guess this is actually a single seed that has multiple things coming from it or something, or like two seeds that were planted like right next to each other. Or no, it's literally just a seed. I got that completely wrong. It's literally just a seed. A propagule is a seed. It propagates the plant. That makes sense. What's up, Kason? I can add trees as the number of students. I like that. Ooh, thanks for all the subs. I'll reference them in a second. Mo Saeed, thank you. Or not thank you. Hello, thank you. Durafoon, welcome in. DevTorp says the plant life cycle consists of 4 stages: seed, sprout, small plant, and adult plant. Okay. Coding kindergarten? I mean, it is a school, but it's not for kinder, which is kids. I don't plan on getting back into the workforce in the near future. I do not. Yeah. What's the point of C anymore? From, I think, embedded? Is there a reason to not use C++? I think so. So, and that's what you have to think about. There are devices out there that are tiny. They have very little memory. And they couldn't support a C++ compiler, or C++ binary might be too big, which is why you're only limited to C. If you're developing modern applications that aren't for embedded devices, and you need native code, you probably will use C++ or something like Rust or Go, which are native languages. I'm so far behind on chat, I don't know what you would buy. But, okay. I would like to. The thing is, it's harder for me to get stuff done if I'm coding it live, because I usually talk through everything I'm doing. If anything, I would code it and not talk through it It would be like almost like a co-working stream. But some of it would be interactive, but other parts of it would just be me just coding. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Udemy is huge. So many people learn from Udemy, so... Well, thank you, Agorov. I appreciate that. I know there are quite a few, like, really dedicated people here that would... Even if they don't like it, even if they don't want to learn the stuff that I'm teaching on Udemy, they would buy it anyways. And I appreciate that. I appreciate you. That would be really funny. A course on how to make a course platform. So my first course I'm working on, I'm calling it Full Stack JavaScript Crash Course. And the idea is, this isn't like a 55-hour-long coding bootcamp course. This is a 2 to 4 hour long course that introduces all of the full stack topics at a very high level and introduces them just enough so that you can build a full stack application. But it is by no means like the last full stack course you would ever take. It's more of like an introduction. So somebody who focuses mainly on front end but wants to learn about the back end or get a bigger picture idea of what the full stack is, that's who this course will be for. But it's going to have like a basic introduction to CSS, but only 10 minutes of it, because you don't need to learn all of the CSS. You kind of just need, if you're getting an introduction, you can learn what it is, how to use it, and then learn just enough to get it done for the project that we're working on. So that's my plan for the first course that I release. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're talking about switches. I think I like the Browns. I got a newer mechanical keyboard. Actually, that mechanical keyboard is one that I would recommend as well. It's a bit more expensive than these, but when I catch up on chat, we'll update gear and I'll talk about my latest keyboard as well. What's up, Keem Coding? You're not late. We're going to be here all day. Yeah. I think we will do branches. Branches and leaves. Yeah. For bonuses or boosts, fertilizer. Yeah, so I mean, there are also some terms we use in the Coding Garden Discord and Patreon. So like fertilizer is technically someone who gives $5 or more a month to the garden, to the Coding Garden. Yeah. What's up, Goofer? Oh, I'm glad to hear it. We're doing, if you check out the calendar, we are doing Code Kata's episode tomorrow. Tune in for that. And what's up, One Computer Guy? It's going pretty good. What technology am I excited to try out? Probably Dino's Fresh, which is a full stack framework built for Dino. It looks pretty slick. And it seems like it's somewhat similar to like Next.js, but it does a whole lot of upfront work and complete server-side rendering, like not server-side hydration. You can do that, but for the most part, it just is really fast at server-side rendering. So I'm excited to try that. And thank you, Vidith. Much appreciated. Yeah. Oh, glad to hear it, Stony Eagle. Says they usually get bored following a course. I want to keep it entertaining. Like, I don't know. I've got big ideas. I feel like it's not just going to be another course out there. It's going to be different. I'm going to bring something different to the table. Because a lot of like course creators out there, they're just following a formula that they've seen other course creators do and make. So like if you look up full stack web development, there's several courses on here that list that they do that. I know these two are the most popular, the one from Dr. Angela Yu and Colt Steele. Yeah, I don't know what I want to say about them, but a lot of them are just like introduce the topic and then you like build a thing. I like to introduce a lot more of the why. Like, why are we even talking about this topic? And I feel like I have a better grasp on presenting things for people that know nothing. Like, instead of assuming a lot of prior knowledge, I feel like that's one of my strong suits. I'm really good at talking about things in a way that people that know nothing about the thing could more easily understand it. I don't know. Yeah, brown or red switches, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it provides a lot, for sure. That's why you wouldn't want to use vanilla, but yeah. What's up, Oscar? Pib, hello. Thanks for the hydrate, James H. Dev. Leslie... Oh, yeah, I'm running on a Mac. If you check out the frequently asked questions, I'm actually still on Mojave. I need to upgrade. So yeah, I have a 2015 MacBook Pro. It's running Mojave. It's got these specs. I need to update to, what is it, Catalina or whatever the latest one is. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, Ian Secretario. Thanks for dropping in. I haven't tried Bun, mainly because there's not much to try. Like, because it's technically a new backend JavaScript runtime, and because it's basically replacing Node.js, you would hope that any of the code you've written for Node.js before would just work with Bun, and that's not exactly the case. There's some things you'd have to do. I know they have like a Next.js version that works with Bun, but I've seen a lot of issues open for it. And then they have like these HTTP request handler examples, but they don't show a way of like using something that looks like Express or even Koa or Fastify. So that's the tricky part about trying out Bun, is it doesn't really support most of the things from the Node.js ecosystem yet. Eventually it will, and that's their goal, is to have like anything that could run on Node.js could run on Bun. But they're not quite there yet because it's very new. I mean, it's been working on. They changed it to a organization. It was under Jared Sumner's GitHub before, but now it is the Oven organization. But Jared Sumner has been working on this in private, and then a week ago or so, made the repo public and announced the beta, which got all this hype for it. It's good that there's hype, because one of the main things you want from that are people that find it interesting and are capable of writing native code and are capable of working on the tool itself. They get interested in the project and they start contributing to the open source to it because it's open source. So that's some of the main benefits of like him even talking about it and releasing it, and like Fireship releasing a video on it, and the Primogen releasing a video on it. And it's all to build hype, not necessarily to build hype because it's useful yet, to build hype so that people that are interested in it can start working on it and make it better, so that eventually it can be something that might actually replace Node.js. But we're not there yet. Yeah, it's true. Because there's just so many people taking courses on Udemy. Yeah. How deep down the rabbit hole would I go? I mean, I'd do, if I was building a legit thing that needed API security, I'd do all of it. How about an actual garden? I mean, that could be interesting. Like, we design it so that each video or list of videos is in like its own garden bed or something like that. I don't know. I don't plan on it doing anything like HackerRank. Because, I mean, building a platform that runs other people's code securely is a really big lift. HackerRank is doing it. CodePen does it. Not CodePen. Replit does it. Sites like Code Wars do it, or even Coding Game. And there's a lot that goes into that. Yeah. I'm hopeful. I'm trying to release it by the end of the month. So over the next 2 weeks, I'm going to be doing a bunch of work to get the course outline and get the videos recorded. My goal is to release it by June 1st. Yeah. So Colt worked at the coding boot camp that I used to work at. He worked at it before I worked there. But when he left that company, he created that Udemy course, and it is one of the most popular. I mean, if you look at it, let's see how many students it has, because it's kind of insane. Yeah, so it has 239,000 ratings with a 4.7 score and 799,000 students. So 799,408 people all bought this course. I think it gets cheaper than $24.99 sometimes. I think you can get it for like $12.99 sometimes. That's $10 million. That's so much money just from selling one course. Now, granted, like, he put a ton of work into this because it's 63 hours of video and there's related articles and everything, but he could very likely retire having just made this one course for Udemy. And obviously, like, he doesn't get all $10 million. Udemy is going to take a cut of that, but still, $1 million, $2 million, that's a lot of money. Yeah, this desk I'm currently at technically is a standing desk. But I've just been sitting lately. Thanks for the hydrate, Void Rose. Hello, Juan. You have a good day too. I don't plan on getting the latest Mac. I talked about in the past that if I need to get a new computer, it'll likely be like a System 76 build or one of those I think it's like Libre book or something like that. Some computer that runs Linux well and is built for Linux is what I'll do. Can I give you a brief introduction to GitOps? I have never heard of GitOps. Is it just DevOps on... What is this? A way of implementing continuous deployment for cloud-native applications. It focuses on developer-centric experience when operating infrastructure by using tools developers are already familiar with. I mean, obviously, I only read one paragraph, but it just sounds like DevOps. It sounds like DevOps, but with a focus on using Git for all of your change detection and stuff like that. Applies them to infrastructure automation. Okay. GitOps is used to automate the process of provisioning infrastructure. So you use things, I'm guessing, like Terraform or other stuff like that. Why is it called GitOps, though? I don't like the name. It's confusing. But I think I get what they're talking about. So I'll give you the best introduction I can based on what I just read. So there are tools out there that let you provision infrastructure. And what we mean by infrastructure are servers, places where your code will actually run. Because DevOps, which is the term where I guess this term came from, is the idea that the whole process of writing code and then getting code reviewed and tested and then getting code deployed to a server, that whole process is automated so that when a developer makes a commit and then that commit gets merged, let's say, into the master branch, there's automation that will automatically deploy that change to a server. That is DevOps. GitOps, as I understand it, is so not only are we automating the actual deployment, we're automating the provisioning of the servers. So if you didn't have something like this, you basically would just always have the same dev server or always have the same production or staging server, and when it's ready to be deployed, it just goes to that server. But with things like Terraform, this is the only thing I know that does. There are other ways of doing this as well, but basically with Terraform, you can write a configuration file that says, I need an AWS server that has this much RAM, this much hard drive space, and you put all of that into a configuration file, and then you click go, and it automatically provisions that server. So GitOps is basically that. I don't know if anyone else in chat has other things that do something similar. ARM templates. Azure Resource Manager templates. Yeah, so I mean, I'm guessing all of the various cloud computing platforms have some sort of way, and I mean, most of them have an API, so you could technically provision infrastructure programmatically when code is merged. So you asked this one question, and then we went down a rabbit hole, but that is my understanding, having read 2 paragraphs on it. GitOps is a way of provisioning servers that links in with the idea of automatically deploying stuff when it's good to go. The Sheboss, thank you for that gift. We got a bunch of supports. Distant Synths, that's a cool name. Thank you for the Prime sub. Julian with the 25 months. Juan with the sub. Thank you very much. Binho, TM, says, thanks for bringing back my passion to code. Oh, you're welcome. Didn't know I could do that, but you're welcome. And the Sheboss, thank you very much for that gift. Hope you're doing all right. And Murdoch, thank you for that resub. Cool. I think so. I saw some questions about stuff, but I guess Ansible is another one. Does this have to do with like virtual machines? Automation platform for Microsoft Azure. Yeah. All right. I'm going to do my best to catch up on chat so I can update the gear page. Yeah, exactly. And I think this comment is in reference to Bun. It's beta. It's new stuff. There's a lot of hype around it, but at the end of the day, it's not ready for prime time. It's just it needs work. It needs work. Tessatura is saying, I tried one of the cult courses when I went through a boot camp. It felt just as hard to follow as my instructors. I think CJ's excitement and energy would help me trying to learn. I hope so. I hope so too. And I mean, I don't know. Any plans for open collabs here on Twitch? I've never heard of Front End Horse. Are they on Twitch? This is cool. They have a great website. Trust codes. I don't have any plans for collabs just because I need to work on me for now. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I just need to get done to get Coding Garden moving smoothly. And I just don't know if I'm ready for collabs yet. What is bun solving? I think somebody mentioned it in the chat, but basically it's a faster Node.js. That's the problem they're solving. It's faster. Yeah, bun it's in the oven. Yeah, exactly. It's in beta. Only Fox, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, they've got the whole, I didn't do that right. Isn't it bun.sh? Yeah. It's a fast, all-in-one JavaScript runtime. June. I'm too far behind on chat. I don't know what these mean. Not June. August. Yes. No. August 1st is when I plan to release this course. That's my goal. Not June. Yeah, we're in July. I'm sorry. August 1st. Yeah. Are you talking about Maximilian Schwartz something? His courses on React? So the full stack crash course will just have a like a Twitter clone, very similar to the Meower thing I built a long time ago on Coding Train. Let's see, Coding Garden Coding Train. There it is. From 2018. So I did a collab. I mean, not quite a collab. I just went on his channel and presented a thing. But I feel like it's going to be like that. Basically, it's like a message board or a Twitter without auth, that kind of thing. The front end will be all vanilla JavaScript. The back end will likely just be Express, Node and Express. Yeah. Oh, cool. Brad Traversy has stuff on Udemy too. What's up, Mikus? Welcome in. Yeah, I guess Udemy has sales every now and then that are $9.99. What's up, the She-Boss? Welcome in. We've just been reading chat so far, Mikus. Today's going to be a pretty chill day, though. The first thing we're going to work on is just updating my gear page, because I have new gear, and today is Prime Day, so I would like people to use my affiliate links if they're buying stuff on Prime. So, yeah. My partner has a balance board. I haven't used it, though. I'm a skateboarder, so I have pretty good balance. But yeah, the idea of a balance board at a standing desk is interesting because it's almost like you're working out your muscles while working, similar to having like a treadmill at your desk. Okay, that makes sense. But still, millions of dollars off of a Udemy course. I don't know. What's up, Mark? We've just been talking to chat. I mean, it's fun to talk to chat. This is one thing that I like doing. But it just takes a lot of time. As you can see, I'm still 8 minutes behind on chat, but I appreciate you all for being here. So, I mean, like I said, I'm planning on, I don't know why I clicked that, but I'm planning on streaming for another 5 hours. So we'll get to a point where I've caught up on chat and we can actually get stuff done. I've looked at GitHub Copilot. I haven't used it. And what's up, Staskly? Thanks for being here. I don't think I said hey yet. But DevOps uses Git. Yeah, that's why I said the name Gitoffs is confusing, because I don't think it has anything to do with Git other than your infrastructure configurations are stored in Git. What's the difference between GitOps and DevOps? GitOps relies heavily on automation and tooling to manage and deploy code changes, while DevOps focuses more on communication and collaboration between teams. Oh. Additionally, GitOps is typically used in conjunction with containerization technologies like Kubernetes, while DevOps can be used with any types of application. I see. It's just a marketing term, honestly, because my understanding and my experience with DevOps is we use Git heavily to manage that workflow. So I think they just introduced it to confuse people. I've never used a System 76 laptop, but they look really cool. So, and they're based here in Denver, which is where I live, so it'd be nice to support them. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I don't plan on making a software as a service product, but that would be an interesting course. Like, how do you make software that makes money? You basically just integrate Stripe and subscription plans. But that could be an interesting course, yeah. Maybe because you typically use Jenkins servers or service like Spinnaker to do your provisioning. The thing is, like, Jenkins itself is made for continuous integration, continuous deployment. Like, Jenkins is like the self-hosted version of GitHub Actions. And it's what people used long before even DevOps was a term. Never heard of Spinnaker, though. Multi-cloud continuous delivery platform. Interesting. The She-Boss has it for us. GitOps is basically managing app file changes from Git in order for anything to take effect. You can't make changes from your local machine. You have to configure your infrastructure from Git. Okay. But I think that's, like I said, like, I was already doing that anyways. Like, any sort of configuration for the infrastructure would be in source code. It sounds just like a buzzword, I guess. I don't know. And Benome, thank you for that sub. Who else? Oh, I think I already mentioned that. Yeah, Vercel is interesting because they are a platform as a service, and they hide all of the details. So like when you're deploying to Vercel or Vercel, you can't choose how much CPU power you want or how much memory it should take up. It just hides all of those details from you, and there's just like a standard. And also like you're basically creating Lambda functions or edge functions, which is slightly different than a server that's running all the time. But still, I think like Vercel could be included in the idea of continuous deployment because it can easily handle code pushed to GitHub that then gets deployed. So yeah. Infrastructure as code. Yeah, and what's up, UXWeb? So why do we use DevOps? It just streamlines things. There's less time spent manually deploying stuff, and it all just happens automatically. And manually reviewing stuff, it all happens automatically. Most of it anyways. And Murdoch, thanks for the tier 2. I didn't see that. Tier 2. No worries, Josh. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah. And Wolf Data, thanks for the hydrate. And Murdoch, thanks for dropping in. Pranjal, hello. Welcome in. Thank you, Wolf Data. Thanks for that hydrate. Do I have any React tutorials? I do. Like, I have mainly beginner-friendly stuff. So, if you look at the Intro to React Build a To-Do app, this is Intro to React from knowing nothing. You basically just have to know JavaScript. So there's that. However, this was from a while ago, so it uses classes. It doesn't use hooks, like which is the latest stuff that everyone uses. However, if you look at a more recent stream, it's a similar, yeah, so Intro to React with hooks. So this one is a little bit longer because I'm answering a lot of chat questions, but it's more recent in that it uses hooks and stuff like that. And then also this Q&A session was really good. People just asked questions about React, including very beginner questions, and I just answered them. So those are the 3 that I would recommend. And that's why I need to update this website, because if you were to go here and you just search for React, you see all this stuff and you're like, I can't make any sense of this. So I want to curate this a little bit more. The other thing is, like, if you're interested in Redux, this is a pretty good tutorial on that. So yeah. Order of suggestion is there. I would say if you want to learn hooks, you don't want to learn class components, use the second one instead of the first one. Yeah, eventually I want to do intermediate, advanced type courses because you actually don't see a lot of that. Most Udemy courses and coding courses in general are targeted at beginners. Watching a stream from last week and someone had Java questions. What was that? Is it because was it the Clash of Code stream? I forget. It rings a bell, but I just forget when we were talking about Java stuff. Only Fox has a random question. I'm trying to make an app for planning poker, and my idea was to use sockets. But in my company, we don't have the infrastructure to use it. Is there another option that I can use? Use a third-party service that uses sockets, so that way you don't have to set up the servers for that. An example would be something like Supabase. Obviously, your data is going to be hosted on their servers, but they do have a way of getting real-time events on when the data changes in the database, but you don't have to worry about the backend. All of that's handled here, and then your code would just be hosted on like a like you would just build a single-page application hosted on like a static site, and then the other alternative is something like Firebase. But again, I guess that depends on your company's policies and like would you even be allowed to use those tools along with it. But Firebase, real-time database products. Yeah, I think Firestore is the real-time database now. But basically, you would use this as the database. You would use their client library, and then it essentially gives you real-time or socket events. But you don't have to set up a backend. You only need a front end. That would be my suggestion. Yeah. Yep. Dark Mift is saying, I landed my first proper coding job, and it's overwhelming how much I need to learn more. It can be overwhelming, but also know that they probably hired you knowing that you would have to learn stuff anyways. So, and any company is better off if their employees are improving their skills and learning more. So you should expect that they're at least planning that you're going to have to learn stuff and you don't just know everything right now. So don't sweat it too much. What's up, Goofer? I think this was about the course earlier. JavaScript. Yeah. Why vanilla? Not knocking it, just wondering. Because the course is targeted at complete beginners, and I very much believe that you should learn basic JavaScript concepts before jumping into something like React. So, and then the other idea for that full stack crash course is it's giving you the big picture and insight into how all this web stuff works, and web browsers only support JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Those are the only languages that will directly run inside of a web browser, and that's the perspective I'm taking it from, because I'll be talking about browser support and like what actually happens when you go to a website, like what happens when I click enter and this website loads. Like, what happens? And I'll talk about that. and that's why I'm going to stick to Vanilla.js, because it keeps things simple, and it's built in. You don't need any build tools. You don't need any extra stuff. Yeah, I think I might do something like release it to in the supporters channel on Discord or something like that. Just to see if anyone finds any errors or stuff like that before I make it completely public. I don't know. I've never heard of Pocketbase. Let's check it out. Is this like a self-hosted Firebase? Open source real-time backend in one file. Yeah, the main issue is they would need a server running this, unless they have cloud support. Do we offer hosting? No. So that's the main issue from what that person was asking. They don't have access to a backend where they could run code like that, which is why they need some sort of other hosted thing. Have I ever tried writing a one wheel? No, but I've seen people that do. And I'll tell you why I've never gotten one. It's because I ride a skateboard, and this just seems a little, what's the word, like corny. It's not, though. I realize that if you ride this as your transportation, that's great, and if you like this, that's great. I don't mean to make fun of you, but I've just ridden a skateboard all of my life, so I have that, like, a bit of that elitist attitude of like, why don't you just ride a skateboard? But if you raced me on this, you would probably go faster than my skateboard. I don't know. What's up, Dynamic Voyage? What's the easiest way to see which affiliate code you have active? I have no idea. And honestly, I think Amazon, and like this is the tricky part. Like, if you just click an Amazon link and you didn't know it was an affiliate link, I don't believe there's any way for you to say don't support that affiliate link. It basically is just tied to your account now. As far as I know. Like, if you clicked this link, but you had already clicked someone else's affiliate link, I think now we both share in the profit. Yeah. Thanks, the Shivas. I'm flirting with... Well, I mean, we're 12 minutes behind now. Oh, wow, Staskly. Best of luck to you. It says their first tech interview is in 2 days. Should be fun experience after working as a dev for 2 years. Yeah, that's the tricky part. Is like interviewing is just so much different than your day-to-day job. So, best of luck with that. What's up, Electrothermal? Happy Tuesday to you too. GitOps is, well, DevOps is greater than GitOps. I think people just invent terms. Like, to me, GitOps just falls under DevOps. I don't know why we need a separate term for it. I don't know if I'll try GitHub Copilot on stream. There are a lot of open source license ethical issues with GitHub Copilot, so that's why I don't know if I would try it. Yeah. Well, my tutorial from 2018 on React work now. It will, yeah. So React still supports class-based syntax, but the functional style components is the new standard, I guess. Actually, let's even look at their docs on. Yeah, I mean, the homepage for React still uses class-based syntax. They haven't even updated it to use hooks. So the tutorial from 2018 will still work. There's just been newer stuff that's been introduced. So if we look at functional components, and I do believe they're working on a new React tutorial website or docs website. But yes, the one from 2018 will still work, and pretty much all the concepts you learn still apply, except there are newer concepts to learn with hooks and the way state works with hooks. Yeah, and then this is that's what I mentioned. They're working on a new doc website, and this one does start with hooks. Yeah, so you can see that there's no class keyword. Your components are just functions. But back in the days of only class components, you could still create functional components, but we didn't have the use state or the use effect hooks, which got introduced in a later version of React, which is how you can basically, you're able to use your own custom state in these function components versus in a class component with like this.setState. So yeah. And hello, Big Kaino, welcome in. It's true, Josh. Like if you create a course on Author using like a Stripe integration or something like that, stuff changes. So you got to make sure to keep it up to date. Yeah. Yeah, and thanks for that answer, Josh. That's my summation. What's up, Andrew? Welcome in. Railway.app. I think I've heard of that. What is that? Bring your code. We'll handle the rest. Seems fine. Yeah. Yeah, and only Fox, to your question earlier too, like technically you could deploy your backend to Heroku on the free tier. And that is actually a long time running process that would let you create a WebSocket backend. Now, again, I don't know if your work makes you use a VPN that like blocks certain websites and stuff like that, but you basically could just host the backend here, and then you don't have to worry about setting up your own internal infrastructure. And what's up, Mitzik? Welcome in. And Yomar Sanchez, hello. Nice. All right, quick stretch. And then I'm gonna take a quick break. Well, I'm gonna finish catching up on chat, take a quick break, and then when I come back, we'll update the gear page. And hey, Zerela, welcome in. I don't plan on any code katas today. Code katas are tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, we're going to do an entire stream with nothing but code katas. Yeah, first course will be full stack JavaScript crash course. The idea is it introduces you to the full stack from a very high level, and it's not like a 60-hour course. It's like at most a 4-hour course. There will be a lesson on intro to CSS, a lesson on intro to HTML, but nothing in depth. Everything is high level, and it gives you context for everything. Yeah. I am way behind, but we'll get there. Yeah. I thought that also, but it's fun. Yeah. I mean, So we're talking at this point. We're talking about the one wheel thing. But yeah. Well, Melinda, that's funny. I haven't skateboarded in a while, so I went to visit my friend, and we went to college together, and he's pretty much the reason I still skateboard, even though I only skateboard every few months now. But I want to get back into it just as my form of exercise because I need to lose some weight. But yeah. Is interviewing harder than the daily job? Usually, yeah. Like, usually you have to... it depends on where you're interviewing, of course, but a lot of places, the skills that are required for an interview are actually way different than the skills required on the job. Now, that varies. Not every interview is going to be like that, but it is the sad reality of interviews these days. And Katil Bezalai says, everyday new terms show up, so I'm not surprised when there's something called Gitoffs. Yeah, I mean, that's why I was saying it's the same thing, but different. We work with, so this is the person that was asking about how to do real time, but they don't have a backend. They work with AWS and Google Cloud Compute. We have an in-house system in the middle, so the infrastructure team said that we can't use sockets. With any other option, I mean some other logic that I can use. But I'm going to push to use a third-tier service. Yeah. And the thing is, like, you can use Firebase on the free tier, or you could use Supabase on the free tier, depending on how big your app is and how many people are using it. Yeah. What's up, Automagic? Uncle Ben says, suggested on the calendar, could I add Coding Garden in front? Yes, that makes sense, because then that'll clarify it. I like this idea. I need to do that. Thank you. Goofer says, I finally understood how state works last night. I've got a video for that. If you look up state, this one right here, what is application state? It has Vue.js in the thumbnail and in the title, but I talk about it without needing to know what Vue.js is. And I also implement kind of like my own basic state in vanilla JavaScript that looks very similar to React. So if you're curious about like learning about what state is, this video will help you with that. Any tips for learning Angular? No, just dive into the docs because it's a lot. I would say go to their getting started. I believe they're like a tutorial, tour of heroes. Do this tutorial. Because it's made by the people that wrote Angular, and they teach you all the things that you would need to know in Angular. That's my tip. Just use their docs. And heyo, what's up, One Punch Mac? Should I use React Helmet for better SEO, or just starting with Next.js? Honestly, these days, you probably could just start with Next.js. The only, like, the main issue is that you will need to deploy this to some backend that supports Node.js. That's really easy to do with Vercel. So if you combine Next.js with Vercel, and that you're deploying here, then you're good to go. But if you're just making a basic React app and you're just hosting it on a static CDN, that actually requires less infrastructure than something like Next.js. I think that's one of the main differences. But other than that, Next.js has a bunch of stuff built in. Like routing is built in. You don't have to set that up. It automatically handles like server-side generation and stuff like that. These days, most people just reach for Next.js. But like I said, you will need to deploy it to some sort of backend. Yeah, I mean it's tricky that beta site, like the site is still in beta because it's been in beta for a long time. And right now, like I said, when you go to the React website, like they're still showing classes and their docs still show classes. So obviously it's in beta because they're making updates to it and all that. But yeah, it is unfortunate that it hasn't made it into the main website yet. Oh, you can use Railway for Postgres. Is Webpack relative? Anybody use it? Yeah. So I would say most people don't use Webpack directly, but with something like Create React App or the Vue.js CLI until the recent version, they all use Webpack under the hood and kind of like hide the configuration from you. The thing that Webpack does is it is a bundler and it's a bundler, a bundler tool and bundle configuration tool that has a lot of plugins for all the various build things that you would need. And in modern web development, that is very relevant. Any site you build, you want to make the source code, the source files that you deploy as small as possible so the site loads really fast. You want to potentially use a tool like Babel, which can take some of the newer syntax code you've written and turn it into older syntax that is more widely supported across web browsers. So Webpack is a tool that lets you use various plugins to handle that process. So yeah, it's relevant. However, there are other stuff out there. So Vite is a newer build tool, front-end tooling thing. I believe Vite actually uses Rollup under the hood. Rollup would be a more direct comparison to Webpack. But Vite is written on top of Rollup and provides a lot of the features that like something like Webpack would provide. So yeah, it's relevant. Just start with, yeah, I agree. Start with next. Does Heroku allow commercial things on the free tier? I believe so. Like you'd have to look at their terms of service, but I believe so. You can have commercial stuff. The main issue is on the free tier, it does, you only get a certain number of hours a month. So if you exceed those hours, it just stays asleep. And also you can't add a custom domain with SSL on the free tier. You still get a subdomain that has HTTPS, but yeah. Well, yeah, check out my my break app here. It's called Timeout. And it told me to take a break, and I didn't. We're almost caught up, though. I swear. Yeah. Course and courses commands. To say, like, what course I'm working on? Is that what you mean, Josh? I'm not opposed to that. Yeah. Well, I cover custom form validation in JavaScript and security validation. So in that full stack crash course, there will be basic validation, and I'll talk about why you would need that. It's not going to be anything in depth. I have on my list of course ideas. Eventually, I want to create a full course dedicated to like Node.js and backend security, but that'll be much later. Yeah. I absolutely El Muchacho, who asks, can someone become very good at interviews, but hella bad at a job itself? I think so, because like you could just be the best leak code solver or the best whiteboarder in the world, but seriously lack social skills, or seriously lack the ability to like work on a team, or seriously lack the ability to like get up to speed on new tech. So yeah, I think so, which is why a lot of interview processes are broken. Weirdo Flex is saying, you've got a YouTube series where you're trying to coach a newbie to coding. Will you do something like this in the future again? Yeah, we want to. Like I said, I got a lot of other stuff going on. I think once I get my course launched, my first one, I'll have more time to do other stuff, and I'll start to coordinate that, because there are quite a few people in the community that want to be the new newbie that I'm coaching or coding with. So soon, yeah. I'm on your Twitch front page. Cool. I think Twitch recommends like people that you follow or that are you're sub to. Yeah, just don't learn Angular. I mean, sometimes you have to if your job is asking for it. Oh, which one, Troy? Which one's your extension? Are you the 7TV person? Who are you? Oh, nice! Heck yeah, thanks for dropping in. Yeah, so I feel all of you aren't familiar with 7TV. It's basically the new Franker Faces and the new Better Twitch TV. but it's better. So I use I use Frank. I don't know if there's another extension, but I use Franker Faces, and then I have the 7TV plugin installed add-on here. Is this the only way to get 7TV, or is there just a separate extension? You have your own one? I see. But is this basically the same thing, but just modded to be a plugin? Or is it a completely separate code base? Same? Nice. Well, thanks for being here, Troy. Do you stream? Shouts out. You know, I guess not. Well, they were streaming. They just don't have a title. But I think the fun piece, though, is like, since you're the developer, you get to do all the cool things. Like, you've got like your rainbow text, and like you could probably add a bunch of badges to yourself. That's really cool. Yeah. Oh, I see. A lot of people would be using it. So, yeah, you probably couldn't run on the free tier. Cool. Vita's good. I don't think I'll use Create React App anymore. Yep. I kind of agree. It's way faster. I mean, if you all remember, there was a stream a while back where I used Vite for React, but then I didn't have hot reloading. But they've since fixed that issue. So yeah. And what still? Thanks for the sub. I don't have any courses yet, but the plan is August 1st I'll be releasing a course, and it will be on Udemy. That's the plan. And one computer guy. Thanks for the hydrate. I mean, I'll be here all day. I'm going to take a break, but I'll be here all day. Yeah, Troy Komodo is saying, cross-site scripting is really hard to mess up. You have to make some astronomical bad choices to allow even the slightest chance of cross-site scripting. It's true, especially with modern tooling. So, like, if you're using something like React or something like Vue, they have built-in protections for cross-site scripting. It's really when you just write vanilla and you're doing things like inner HTML, or you're not sanitizing inputs when you really have to worry about cross-site scripting. So yeah, and the Sheboss, thanks for the Prime sub. That's awesome. Have you literally clicked the Prime button for 25 months in a row? I appreciate you. Yeah. Heroku does specify non-commercial in the free tier, but I don't know if they actively worry about it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with a lot of free tiers, especially if you're just trying to try out a service, which I think they do allow. If you work at a company and you want to see how is Heroku and would I want to use it at my company. So yeah. The plan is to publish it on Udemy. Yeah. Cool. Could I please explain destructuring assignment with some examples? I can't grasp it. Have I got the video for you? And actually, I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you with that video while I'm on break. Yeah. You may the developer for 7TV mainly works as machine learning engineer. That's great. Cool. 7tv.dev, is that like the API stuff? Or did what's the difference? What's the difference between oh, this is staging. I see. Read the next link? I'm really bad at reading. Oh, this. Doesn't work. Are my extensions blocking it? I don't know what it's supposed to do. Oh no, in chat. Oh, next.7tv. I see. It's like I'm clicking, nothing's happening. Let's check it out. Sweet. I don't think, do I have 7TV emotes on my channel? I think I just have, yeah, Franker Faces, Better Twitch TV. Yeah, I haven't enabled any 7TV ones. I probably should. What's up, Crafty Becky? Welcome in. I was looking back at the chat logs. I don't know if this was last stream or the one before, but you mentioned you were at the Star Trek booth at Fan Expo. I only walked by it. It was on the days when I walked in that expo area. It was really busy, so I don't know if I would have seen you either. But that's cool you were there too. Yeah. Well, thank you, sweetie. Appreciate it. All right. An hour and a half into the stream, and we're caught up. We've done it. Oh, cool. You, Coding Garden fan who spreads the Coding Garden love all over Twitch has watched Troy Komodo before. That's pretty cool. I showed my keyboard earlier. I'll show you. If you look on the Gear website, I'll show you which one it is. It actually isn't the E-Element one. The one I'm using right now is this Red Dragon one. And quick plug, today's Amazon Prime Day. If you're going to buy something on Amazon Prime, click my affiliate links. It helps me out. You actually don't even need to buy the thing that you clicked on. If you see in the URL that it has that tag, then any purchase you made, regardless of if it's something I linked to, I will get a little bit of the profit. But yeah, this is the keyboard I'm using right now. And before I take my break, I'll show you the keyboard that I travel with, which I like a lot. And Pib, thank you for the stretch. Chatterino, is this just a Chatterino extension or a Chatterino app? Oh, you've forked Chatterino to add 7TV support? Nice. I actually don't use Chatterino. This is a little chat client that I've built, but it has interesting things like I can put this in the parking lot, and we can come back to it later. I can archive messages. That doesn't actually delete messages, but it just removes them from my screen. I've also got like the reward redemptions and stuff like that. Yeah. Tectonic is saying, I can't decide between a 14 and a 16-inch MacBook, so I want you to decide for me. Here's the thing. Do you like, and when you typically are using your MacBook, is it usually at a desk, and are you usually plugged into an external monitor anyways? If that's the case, then you probably should just go 14-inch because you're going to depend on external screens anyways. If it is your main screen, go with 16-inch. That's my suggestion. Yeah. Don't burn your dinner, Stony Eagle. Yeah, no, yeah, so this is just a custom chat thing that I've made. Yeah, that's why I need to update the Gear site. A lot of the where are we at? A lot of these links are broken, which is why I'm going to update them today. Use this link. This one will definitely work. And then anything you find on Amazon will count as an affiliate thing. What's up, 4K Go? I do not have experience with Tailwind and MVC ASP.NET Core. I do not. What path would someone choose to get a job faster in tech in terms of learning? As a front-end dev or as a QA automation tester? It really depends. Like, you could learn basic HTML and CSS, and only that, and you could get a job doing that. You wouldn't be making as much money, and there probably aren't as many jobs doing that as there are, like, more intense front-end coding with, like, lots of JavaScript and React and stuff like that. So yeah, you technically could get a job doing basic web dev stuff, and probably even, like, if you learn, like, a little bit of, like, WordPress theming, you could get a job doing that too. I honestly don't know what's the fastest way to do it. I don't know. The thing is, even as a QA automation tester, like, you still need to be somewhat technical. You don't necessarily have to learn to code, but it would be good to know all of the QA automation tooling, and you actually would need to learn a little bit of code to set up some of that tooling. So yeah. Bought a 13-inch portable with a 17-inch external monitor. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Sprout Kit version. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to leave you with this casual explanation of destructuring objects and arrays in JavaScript. In the meantime, also check out my gear website. Some of the links are broken, which we're going to fix when I get back. But today is Amazon Prime Day, so if you want to support me, click one of these links, and I will get a little bit of the profit, which is nice. Pop that out. And thank you, little old lady hacker. That's a cool name. I try to be as genuine and honest as possible. I am nothing that I am not. And okay, not now. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. You're too kind. And I don't know if I missed it, but what still? Thank you for the 8 months. Okay, I'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes. In the meantime, enjoy past CJ talking about some stuff. And I'm going to be live for another 4 hours at least. So, yeah. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. This is going to be a quick intro to destructuring, and then we'll also talk about where destructuring might be useful, especially in the scenario of like you're in Node.js, you have a module that exports multiple things, and you want to import multiple things into another file. But we'll get there. Let's just first start with like what is basic destructuring. So let's say I have myself an object called person, and in that person I have a name, which is CJ, just like that, because that's me. So this object represents me. And let's say I want a variable that has the name of that person inside of it. So I could do this. I could say name equals person. Dot name. My linter is yelling at me because it says prefer destructuring, but let's see what happens here. So I'm going to use Quokka, which is a tool that will run my code inside the editor. But you can see we've done it, right? We've extracted that name property into a variable called name. And that's great. This is like the old way of doing it. And destructuring is syntactic sugar that makes it a little bit nicer to do something like this. And where it is really nice is when you have multiple properties. So you could have something like, let's say I have a dog, and that dog has a name, which is Panzer. And let's say I have a snack, and that snack is a cashew butter cup. And I have a drink, and that drink is water. So now our object has a bunch of properties, and let's say I wanted more variables. I could say something like snack equals person dot snack. Did I spell drink wrong? No, I didn't. And then we could log the snack. Oh, good job. Good job, NovaScript. Not the snake, the snack. And that should be cashew buttercup. Great. And we could do this all day, right? We could create variables that access individual properties. Now, where destructuring is useful is instead of having to access each individual property and then put it into a variable, you can do it all in one go. So this is the old way, and then in ES 2015, destructuring was introduced. So what you do is you put an object on the left-hand side, or you put curly braces on the left-hand side of the equal sign. It's a little weird, but we'll do this. We'll say const curly braces equals person. All right? This currently is invalid syntax. And now what I do is inside of these curly braces, I specify all of the properties that I want to pull out and put into a variable. So I can just do name and snack. Done. So basically what I've done here is, so right-hand side is an object, or something with properties on it. The left-hand side is curly braces, and I specify the name of each of the properties that are inside of the object that I want to put into variables. And now we have variables name and snack, which is great. And so this is basic destructuring. Instead of having to individually access a property, put it in a variable, we can kind of do it all in one go, just like this. And you can do a lot more interesting things. So you can do things like default assignment. So I can say like, if name is not specified, then name should be CJ. And so actually, let's show you. I'll show you what happens if there was that property was not on there. So right now we're destructuring name and snack from that. Oh, you're right. Let it be known, this is object destructuring. I'll show array destructuring really quick, but let's say I don't have a name property. Now when I destructured it, it's undefined. But I can combine that with default values and say, if there is no name in there, then set name to be that. And now I get CJ. So this is really useful if you're like dealing with results from an API and potentially a value doesn't exist in the response. You can do things like default assignment. You can also rename the variables. So if we put name back in there, now we're making it, we're extracting name, right? And let's say I actually want to rename this variable. So inside of the object, it's called name. So I do have to say name here, but let's say I want to put it in a variable called my name. I can just do name : my name. And now that creates a variable called my name. And you can see the error I get is name is not defined because I no longer have a variable called name. I can now use the variable my name, like that. So there's renaming, there's default assignment. The other thing is like nested destructuring. So let's go deeper. How do you change the name and the default? Oh, are you like, is that a trick question? I think, can you do this? My name equals what? Hey, that's some weird syntax. But basically this says there is a property in the object called name. Extract it into a variable called my name, and if it does not have a value, assign it to the value wat. Good call, Alka. Inception destructuring. But we're just going to go back to this. Okay, what I'm going to show you next is like nested destructuring. So you'll notice that there also is a dog with the name Panzer. Now, of course, I could extract out dog, right? Yeah, and this is what we're going to show you right now. How do you get that dog name? So dog, and that gives me the object itself, and it's a reference to that same object. I can get that. Now, let's say I want the dog name. We can go deeper. So if the property you're destructuring is an object, you do curly braces, and then you can specify the properties you want to extract from that nested object. So let's say I do want to extract the name. Now, if I do this, we now technically have an error because we're trying to define two different variables with the name. So in this scenario, I absolutely have to rename one of them. I could call this one my name. And you see that name becomes Panzer. Or I could say name is dog name. And then you'll notice that we no longer are destructuring dog. I think like, can I do this? Like extract dog. Crazy. I've never actually done this. I don't know why you would do it, but check it. So if I want to extract the object into a variable called dog, I'll specify it. And then if I want to extract properties inside of that object, I can specify it below that. I literally did not know that you could do this. That's pretty cool. But as you can see down here, is we have a variable called dog. So I've never done that either, but I do know when I should have done that. I didn't know I could. So we have a variable called dog, which is the object, and then we have a variable called dog name, which is just the dog name itself. And this can go infinitely deep. So you can destructure nested properties. You can have default names inside nested properties. You can have default assignment. You can rename them. It goes all the way down. What if you change it? What do you mean? Okay. So that gets into the idea of reference values versus primitive values. So these values, name and snack, are primitives. So if I change them, so right now, if I log person, you should see that it has the name CJ and all that. If I change the variable name, actually I can't because it's a const variable. But let's say we made these let. Let's make these changeable variables. So if I said name equals wat, if we log the name now, we're going to get wat, right? But if I log the person, what will it be? And why? First non-sub in the chat to tell me will get gifted a sub. So if I log the person right now, what will the value of name be on the person and why? It will be CJ, but why? Oh, that's true, Andrew. We can even talk about that because you can do a default assignment of an object with the default values inside of it. Because if you're changing the var, not the struct itself, or not the object itself, it's not a reference. Yeah, I'll give to you a sub, Christinus. So like, because I destructured name, it's a primitive value. It's just it's a copy of the string. But if we look at the original person, they still have the name CJ, and that this just has to do with like primitive versus reference types. Not really anything to do with destructuring. But yeah, good call. Yeah, it was a copy of the value. Okay, and then the other thing I'll show you is like what Andrew talked about is we could do a default assignment of the dog. So let's say we didn't have a dog property. Now you see that we get an error here because I'm trying to destructure dog, but dog is not defined on the original object. But what I can do is I can say dog has a default value of like name, Panzer, like that. Cool. Oh, no. Wait. Can I do that? No, this gets weird because now I want to do this basically. I could do this. I could say dog equals an object where the name is Panzer. Like this. So I am now, if dog is not defined on the original object, set it to be this object with this property name. I'd never done that before, so I don't know how you would do a default assignment and destructure the dog itself. Things get weird. But yeah, this is a default assignment of an object. Cool. Let's put that dog back. All right, so that's destructuring. Yeah, because it's a value type, exactly. Do. Yeah, Alka's going way deep. This is a mess. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what's known as syntactic sugar, right? Because you can write your code this way, but it's a little bit nicer to do this. Save some lines of code. I don't know. Okay, so this is object destructuring. The other thing I'll show you really quick is array destructuring. So if I have an array of values, and that just has 1, 2, and 3, I can do this. I can say first equals values. And what will first have inside of it? Anyone want to take a guess? Anybody? There are 2 flies. Oh, look at him. He landed on my finger. I don't know if you can see him. I literally just put my hand out and he landed on my finger. Okay, go over there. Go over there. One, exactly. Yeah, so it is just the value 1. So the way array destructuring works is it's very similar, but instead of curly braces, you use square brackets. And we have square brackets, and we're saying the first value in the array should be assigned to this variable called first. You can also have second and third, and of course these are all going to have 1, 2, and 3. And just like object destructuring, I mean, technically you could rename them. You could say this is like wat, who, and fly, and now we have these 3 variables, wat, who, and fly, which are equal to the first 3 values in the array. Yeah. This extension is called Quokka.js. Cool, so you can do array destructuring. One thing you might also do is, let's say I want a variable that has the third value in the array inside of it, but I don't want the first 2. You can just leave those blank. So if you do comma, fly, that skips the first 2 and then puts the third value inside of the variable called fly. And so this is useful if you have an array with multiple things and you know that you only want to extract certain ones at certain indices. It is similar to multiple assignment, yeah, because basically you're taking the values from an array and putting them into multiple variables. You're extracting the prototype with a default constructor? Hey. What about squashing? So this is, yeah, the rest or the spread operator. You wouldn't really use that here. Yeah, so it has the... That's not useful here, but JavaScript does have it. Useful, but weird looking, yeah. So here's the other thing. So okay, so check it. So that's one way to do it. But I'll show you another way, which I kind of prefer. But here's the thing. In JavaScript, everything is an object, right? So if everything is an object, then how could I use object destructuring to get the value 3 and put it into a variable called fly? The first non-sub to tell me will get gifted a sub. So instead of array destructuring, I want to use object destructuring to take this value and put it into a variable called fly. Oh, I know this. To fly, yeah, you got it, Strider. So an array is just kind of like an object that has keys. The key is 2, and then I want to rename it to fly. Look at that. We've used object destructuring on an array. So it's because the keys in this array are actually the indices, right? Because you could say 0 is what and 1 is who. And now we've taken the indices in the array and put them into those variables. Weird, yeah. I mean, I actually would prefer this because then you don't have the weird, like, empty floating commas. That's it. All right, everyone. I think that's all there is to say about destructuring. One thing I'll show you real quick as like a practical example of this is, let's say we have a file called mathutils. And inside of this, I have a function called add that takes in a and b. And that won't pass my code review. This just returns a plus b. And then let's say I have another function called multiply. And I can return a plus b. And I want to make these two functions available to the outside world. So I'm in Node.js, and I'm going to use common.js, which is use module.exports and require. And thank you, Bilney, for the Twitch Prime sub. So I'm going to export an object that has an add property and a multiply property on it. And so this module exports an object. I can import that object into another file and then use those functions. So let's do that here. I actually think Quokka is going to break if I do this, but I could put it into an object called mathutils, like that. Yeah. So only the Pro edition allows us to import files, so that's fine. But did I do multiply with a plus sign? Oh, yeah, you're right. There should be a multiplication sign. But regardless, I have functions here. I've exported them as an object, and now I want to use those elsewhere. Now, of course, I could just import the entire object. And then let me kill Quokka really quick. So I could do mathutils.add or mathutils.multiply. 1 and 2. Or multiply. Exactly, right. But now that you know how destructuring works, we basically can put these into a non-namespaced function. So I can just say add and multiply. And now I directly have access to those functions, and I don't need to namespace them on mathutils. So that's like a practical example. I mentioned we're in common.js. You could do a very similar thing in ES 2015. It's a little bit different because you basically export each individual function and then you would import them, but it uses a similar syntax in that you're destructuring those exported, named exports. The multiply function is wrong. I think we fixed it. What's up, Bob? All right, I think that's it. Anything else I should talk about in terms of array destructuring, object destructuring? This was fun. We talked a lot about a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think I did see a message, though, like, why not values at 2? You're right. I mean, that's probably even simpler than either of these two things, is we could say const fly equals values at 2. And in this scenario, it's probably more useful to do that. But basically, you could use destructuring, or you could just assign them to variables. All right, I don't see any other suggestions, so I think... Yeah, but if you do it with like this, you're not flexing your destructuring knowledge. Can you destructure the file contents without passing every argument? You can't. That's the tricky part. And I see what you're saying is, like, let's say you have 100 functions and you want to import all of them in the namespace itself. You can't do that. You have to actually name each individual one. Yeah. The spread operator with destructuring? That's too advanced. I think we're going to end it there. This video is already like 10 minutes long. But yeah, unfortunately in JavaScript, you cannot do that. So you would have to literally write out every single one, or you would put them behind a namespace. Yeah, there's no wildcard destructuring. No, unfortunately, because that would be similar to like import star in some of them were like compiled languages, but we don't really have that in JavaScript. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. You can destructure with function parameters, right? So right now I'm just showing destructuring at the top level, but if you had a function called like say hello, that takes in a person, and then this just logs, no, not say hello, say hello. Say hello. This logs person.name. Hello, person.name. Of course, we could write this with destructuring. So if we, instead of writing it this way, we could say the argument to this function, or the parameter to this function, is an object. So let's destructure it and grab the name property. And then we can just do this. This is extremely common in React, where you have components that accept props, and you can destructure those props. So yeah, you can destructure anywhere. Right now it's complaining because name is defined above, but yeah. I think that's about it. Thanks everyone for watching. Everyone say bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Hello. Hey everyone. I'm back. Let's hide this overlay. Like that. And then are you ready for me? This is what I look like now. My hair isn't green, and I don't have a beard. I'm glad to hear it, Uncle Ben, and Go To. Yeah, if you want that link, it's this one. And then I think the code is over here on AMA. Destructuring, maybe not. Yeah. Hello everyone. You may have thought that was me. That wasn't me. That was past me. Yeah, and so I think someone did mention in the chat, if you wanted to do import star, who said that? And we're talking about the video now. Yeah, NFG Codex is mentioning import star as thing from import. And so that's if you're using ECMAScript modules, that would work, but it would still be namespaced behind that. Right, and then you'd have to use this with key, but don't use this with. This basically makes it impossible for the JavaScript engine to optimize your code because it doesn't know what to expect in that object. But the with keyword is a thing, and if you want to learn some weird JavaScript, check it out. And you even see this warning: using of the with statement is not recommended, as it may be the source of confusing bugs and compatibility issues. But this is somewhat similar to, like, in C# or Java, you can import an entire namespace, and everything in that namespace you can now use without having to say namespace dot. You just use the name itself. With essentially does that. So you say with an object, and now all of the properties of that object become variables that you can use within the with block. So yeah, it's a thing, but don't use it. Oh, I'm gonna be online for a few more hours. HR would like to talk to you about your excessive break. Hey, I just ate lunch. All right. I guess so. Yeah, I have not seen any. I have not seen any code that uses the with keyword. All right, I'm gonna answer this code question, and then we're gonna jump into updating the gear page, because I absolutely need to do that. Do I have that other thing someone mentioned? Answer functions question on Vox. We're going to do that. We'll do that after gear, because I really need to get that updated, because it's Prime Day. And White Legend is asking, what would this do? This would create an object that has all of the properties of what was exported from something. So you would have to store this in a variable, and then you'd get an object that has all of those properties copied onto it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact details of it, but that's what I have read about the with keyword before. It's that usually the JavaScript engine and the runtime itself can optimize a lot of things because it knows like what variables are actually being accessed and stuff like that. But the with keyword potentially makes it so that it can't do that because this object that you're using with could potentially change or something like that. With is really old. It's really old. It is not new, and it is recommended to not be used. Yeah. Cool. No worries, Goofer. Thanks for lurking. All right, let's update my gear page. First of all, I need to find that code, so give me just a second. And you'll be happy to know that I believe it's literally just vanilla JavaScript. Oh, and Bakby, thank you for the Prime. I forgot we had a bunch of supports while I was on break. Papa Normac, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Friniz, thank you for the gift. I don't know if I mentioned it. Okay, not now. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Irasum, thanks for the gift. Drop Mania with the 9 months. And Bakby with the Prime. Thank you very much. Was this like a nerd convention or something? What's up, Zarella? I feel like, weren't you in the chat earlier though? Yeah, we talk about code here. So what are you talking about, nerd convention? Yeah, I mean, you've been following for a very long time. Okay, you just wanted to make me laugh. Cool, I get it. All right, I'm going to show you the code that powers this web page, and you're going to be surprised at how simple it is. Here we go. Actually, yeah, I do think this code is on GitHub. It's literally this. Yeah, and then we're going to be working in the public and gear folder in here. But this is the code that I'm working on. It's plain HTML and JavaScript. I would say, so the coding.garden landing page is actually a Svelte app. And then all of the apps that are just directories, so like /gear is literally just a folder with an HTML file inside of it. And /FAQs, same thing. And /videos, these are all just like static apps in there. Okay. This is the way that the page works. So I just have a JavaScript object that has title, description, link, affiliate link, image, and info link if it has it. So I just need to update this JavaScript object, and that will update the page. And then this is just a basic view app that isn't even bundled. It just has the view CDN, and then passes all of those items into it. And then the page itself just has a bunch of V4s on it to render all of the elements. Super simple, super simple. So yeah, Bibe was asking if I share code. Check out that GitHub. Zempire is saying, hold on, so you guys support LGBTQ? I don't know why he said hold on. I am absolutely an ally for anyone that's LGBTQ. I don't know why you said that, but thanks for being here. Appreciate you. And Bob, welcome in. Let's update. I guess one issue is I'm going to need the affiliate link generator. But let me see what my run command is. Dev. Yeah, so it's a Vue app inside of a Svelte app, but it's just because the nested page doesn't load Svelte at all. So you'll see if I go here, this is the Svelte app. But if I go here, this is just the static serve. And this is what we're going to be updating. So let me just see what works and what doesn't work. So the direct link doesn't work anymore. We need to find MacBook Pro late 2015 Retina. This is pretty much it. And it's insane that you can get it for this cheap. Let's just search for this on Amazon. I still have that Mac. It still works like a charm. Mine does too. It's literally 7 years old and it works wonderfully. I guess I'll just link to this one. The one I have does have a dedicated video card. Oh, no. See, this is the USB-C version. That is not what I have. I have the MJL. Yeah, I'm curious if I can include a search link that has my affiliate tag on it. Can I do this? That's what we're going to do. So my Mac has a 512 gigabyte SSD. What's up, iBaldi? Okay, I believe this link stopped working as well. Or no, it didn't. This is just the older keyboard that I don't really use anymore. So those links still work. I'm just going to update this to say which is my main keyboard. And it's currently this one. So I'm just updating my gear page, which doesn't require much code updates. I'm really just changing the data that loads on the page. Cool. And so the page should have updated. We gotta refresh. There it is. Yeah, so this is my my main one. Let me change the description to RGB lights. Cool. Bino is saying, or Bino is saying, MacBooks are so expensive here in Brazil. Yeah. But will it register with that added to the search link? I don't know. I should probably look into it. Because that's without it, and then when I click this one, that does have the tag on it. Amazon affiliate links. How do they work? Cryptune, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Benefit ID? Huh. Yeah, so that's basically how I updated it. You can see that it has the tag, but I guess I just want to make sure that the tag is the only thing that I need. So I've got tag and then link ID, but I think link ID is just associated with a short link, which is what like this was. Or this, you can see that down there, it's Amazon.to. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume that tag is what we need. Okay. I still use the same mouse. Here it is. It's a left-handed mouse. I've used this thing since 26. I've had this for at least 6 years, and it's great. I use a left-handed mouse, so that way I don't tire out my right hand. I'm actually right-handed. I got a simple little stand. That's still the same cover that I use. Let's fix this one, the XXL gaming mousepad. What's the brand of this one? Vixing? Well, why don't I just add the tag in the view code instead of adding affiliate links in the objects? I think that's actually a great way to go about it, because before I had specific affiliate links for each one, but now I know I can just literally do, I can just put it on the end of the link. Show. Though it won't work with this one because this is a search term and it's not a link URL. I'm not opposed with just having both in the object. I am literally just going to, like, this one is going to be a search. Yeah, it's got edge stitches. And that. Great. So yeah, it doesn't fray. I have multiple of these around my house. So I have one here at my streaming desk, and then I have one over at my other desk as well. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to get it from Amazon. You could get it from Alibaba. But they're all great. And then, oh, I wanted to show you the keyboard that I use now. Let me go grab it so I can look it up. Check it out. So the case isn't included, but I bought the case separately. But this lets me travel with a mechanical keyboard. And then the keyboard I have inside is this one. Doesn't that look cool? I love the gray and the red. It's awesome. But what is this? This is a Royal Kludge. They're actually pretty well known for their mechanical keyboards. But what's great about this one is it has USB out, so you can just plug a USB-C cable in, and it works as a keyboard. It also has the 2.4 gigahertz wireless, so after you've charged it up, which it charges through that same port, you can use it wirelessly, and it has built-in Bluetooth. So if you don't want to use 2.4 gigahertz or USB, you can use Bluetooth. So it has it all, and it's super compact. It's a 65%. So let me look that one up. So this is, I travel with this one. So, yeah, if I'm going somewhere where I know I'm going to have enough space to use a keyboard with my laptop, I'll bring this thing. Yeah, so it's the Royal Kludge RKG68. What's up, Nico Fish Chips? Ooh, they have it in other colors. I could see that happening. I've just gotten used to it. So Acid Spark is mentioning that so these arrow keys are really, really close to the shift key. I've gotten used to it, but the keyboard that I'm using right now is not as compact. So the arrow keys are completely separate from the shift key over here. So this one's less compact, but that's fine because it just sits at my desk. I wanted something like super portable. But yeah, this is the one I have. Isn't it cool? I just loved the aesthetic of like the gray and the red. So yeah, quick stretch, and then I'm gonna add this to the page. I get that, Snooster, but I don't use the numpad at all. So I don't like laptops. I don't like keyboards that have a numpad, but that's just my personal preference. Cool. Thank you, Kept Safe. So here's an interesting thing. If you didn't know about Amazon links, pretty much all of the stuff after the path is just extra stuff that will track you. So if I were to share this link in chat right now, and any one of you clicked on it, well, I'm not logged in, so it's not as much tracking, but if I were logged in and I were to copy a link and then share it with you directly, Amazon would know that my user account shared a link with your user account. But if I remove all this extra stuff and it's just the URL, there's no sharing metadata associated with it. That's the wrong image. Oh, I forgot. I guess I just forgot to update the image. This is the right image. Look at that. That's a nice image. A bigger backpack is the answer, to be able to fit a larger keyboard. Yeah. Let me find the case that I used, or that I bought. Case. I might have to log into my account to find it, because it's actually sold and rated for a different keyboard, but I looked at the dimensions and I was like, it'll probably fit. And so I went with it, and it works. Oh, I got you, Mark Boots. These are the keyboard shortcuts I use. I think they're going to be slightly different on Windows, but all these jumping over words and stuff like that, these are the only shortcuts. I'll demonstrate here in the URL bar. So you can see my my cursor is on the end. If I hold down Alt, I'm not there. I don't know where my mouse is. Here we go. Here. Click here. Okay. So if I hold down Alt, I can jump over words, right? So if I just press arrow keys, it's one at a time. But Alt will jump over individual words within a string that you're working in, and that works anywhere. So this works in the URL bar. It works in my code editor. It works on Google Docs. Alt and the arrow keys. And then if I want to jump to the beginning, it's Command. Command left, Command right, and that goes to beginning and end. If I want to select, just combine that with Shift. So Command Shift right arrow would select the whole key, or if my cursor's on the end, Command Shift left arrow selects the whole thing. You can also combine Shift with the Alt key, so Alt Shift left will select that whole thing, or like that, or like that. It's slightly different on Windows. So yeah, Windows you have to use Control. I think Control jumps over words instead of Alt. And then if you actually use the Home and the End keys, that works similar to Command left and Command right, I believe. Yeah. All right, give me a second. I'm going to find this keyboard case, this thing, because this makes it portable, and I don't have to worry about the keys getting messed up. And then it also has this nice little pouch that I can put a very slim and portable Bluetooth mouse inside of. So, yeah. Oh yeah, on Windows, Alt left and right will actually go back and forward in history. Okay, I found it. So this is the case that I have. It's $20. It's listed for the RK61, but it actually works with the RK68 as well. And I actually have the RK61. I'll show you that one. So this is the RK61, but what I don't like about it is the arrow keys are multi-purpose. Let's see if I can get a good view of that. Yeah, so you can see that the up arrow can also be the slash or the question mark, and the left arrow can also be Alt. So, I mean, this is fairly portable, but the main issue is I don't like having to press extra buttons to be able to use my arrow keys. So I bought this one a long time ago, not realizing that I wouldn't like that feature of it. That's why I like this one, because it has dedicated arrow keys. But you can see they're pretty much the same size. The 68 is just like an inch longer, and they're the same width basically. Cool. Did I not paste it in? Well. There it is. Great. In terms of my laptop, I think that's everything. I guess I could list like the USB hub that I use. Tap wearables? Haven't heard of it. Oh. I haven't heard of this specific one, but if it's literally, yeah, if it's like finger keyboard gestures, I've heard of the idea. I don't know if they're the only ones doing it. It seems cool. Like you basically wear this and then you type without a keyboard, or you can do gestures. Seems pretty cool. Pretty sure this is the one I have. We'll go with it. Oh, it's just one-handed? I've seen one, because I've been looking for alternative human-computer interface devices. And I saw one that you wear it on both hands, and you basically type, and it detects what keys you're pressing just based on your finger movements. How many typos? I bet there's a lot of typos. USB, yeah, USB. Most USB hubs are the same. 4-port USB 3.0 hub. My MacBook only has two USB ports, so this gives me more. My wallet is crying from Prime today, yeah. I mean, you don't have to buy anything. I realize by even showing my Amazon Prime links and stuff like that, I'm selling out. I am tagging along to the idea that most people are going to be buying stuff on Amazon today. But, you know, what can you do? Yeah. In this economy, yes, let's make money. Cool. So that's my computer. So for the streaming setup, let's make sure that these links still work. And actually, I didn't even check these. Does this still work? Still works. I actually bought a new one of these recently. Like, you can see, my laptop has no stickers on it right now because I just put a new one on it. So yeah, we updated these. We updated that, or that one still works. Cool. So that's the laptop that I use. So many things in your cart. It's true. Oh, I don't mind the backgrounds. I don't mind. That is a good tool, though. I've used that before, remove.bg. It works amazingly, actually. But yeah, I don't mind. Cool. So for my streaming so I'm coding on a MacBook right now. MacBook's right here. And then I have my streaming computer sitting over there. And it's just a old gaming desktop. I got it, I believe, like on Black Friday at one point. Yeah, no beards, no stickers. We're clean right now. Yeah, and what's up, Bear Sample? I shaved a couple weeks ago, but it's real. It's slowly coming back, though. You can see, slowly coming back. But just your standard run-of-the-mill gaming computer from 5 years ago, and it still can run my stream. I don't typically play games on the streaming computer. So if you're the type of streamer that would need a Windows computer for streaming and playing games, you might want some more beefier specs, like 32 gigs of RAM and like a more recent video card. But this 5-year-old gaming PC is more than enough to run my stream. And then here's a comparable one. It doesn't exist anymore. So let's find a comparable one. Quick stretch. Yeah, and then I use an Elgato capture card to capture the output of my MacBook on my streaming PC. You can see it in my gear list. I'm actually using... Oh, I guess I put it down here, but I'm actually using this Elgato HD60 Pro because it's a PCI Express card, and so I have that installed in my gaming computer, and then that's what the MacBook HDMI plugs into. And thank you, Crafty Becky, for the hydrate. Let's find a gaming desktop computer. Honestly, I'm just going to make it generic. So I'm going to say streaming computer. I suggest this. Find a decent all-in-one gaming... Well, find a decent pre-built gaming PC. hard drive and at least 120. Though, even these days, are we still building PCs with SSDs, or are we just using NVMe? I don't know. It's been a very long time since I built a PC. So, I mean, this has 8 gigs of RAM, terabyte hard drive. Is my light broken? No. So I don't. This code is running on a page that doesn't have a build process. So I'm using old JavaScript so that I can be sure that it runs in places that don't have let or const. Though these days it's everything. Do I even need an NVMe if it's only a streaming PC? Probably not. I mean, because there's not a lot of disk I/O. But I mean, I do record my streams to disk as I stream. So that's where you would run into where you would want like fast disk speed. So, I don't know. Okay, I suggest this. Find a decent pre-built gaming PC. Look for these specs. Modern graphics card. AMD Ryzen or NVIDIA. At least quad-core CPU. Cool. That's all I'm gonna say. I know it's not helpful for those of you that don't know how to build computers from scratch, but basically just find one with good specs is what my suggestion is. And I did read recently that the whole graphics cards being super expensive isn't exactly a thing anymore because the demand has caught up with supply, or supply has caught up with demand. So I'm talking about both. So GPUs are less expensive now. Prices are dropping. Yeah. And then I'm just going to reuse this image. Yeah. Cool. Does this work? Still works, yep. And I still use this monitor. That's the monitor that's right there. So that monitor, this monitor is plugged directly into the streaming PC, so I can see OBS and all that stuff running. I still use this. Does it still exist? It is currently unavailable. Honestly, just find a comparable one. The thing is, if you click this link, I do believe it'll still count even if you buy a different one. So I'll leave that link there. Oh yeah, and then I just use this wireless. This wireless keyboard is plugged into my streaming PC, so I can do things like change scenes, like just with the mouse. Like I basically use this $30 wireless keyboard instead of an Elgato Stream Deck. You might have seen streamers that have these things. They're like, they sit there and they have all the buttons they can click on. I'm still just using a wireless keyboard. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought, Escape Pod, so it should be fine. Don't need, but buying it anyways. The thing is, I actually run minimal I have way more monitors than I use. And when I'm coding on my, when I'm not on stream and I'm coding, I just use my MacBook screen. I don't even use any external monitors. I make it work. Okay. Yeah, I need to do a tour of the area down here. Let me find a better link for this. It's a 10 by 12. 10 by 20. Oh. This one. It's $33 though. I feel like there's some weird photos. I feel you can get it, like 25. Yeah, I mean, I did end up getting a more expensive mic, but you can see on the gear page, I link some cheaper ones. They all work just fine. Well, actually, I'm not even using the Audio-Technica AT2035 anymore. I need to update that. But yeah, you can see like a Blue Yeti would work perfectly fine. This is about $100. And then if this is still a thing, yeah, I mean, this is insanely cheap. I use this for a solid 6 months. It comes with a mount, and it comes with a little condenser microphone. And it's only $25. That's insane. I guess it's because it's a Prime Day deal. But it's fine. Though, I would recommend... so this is a condenser microphone, and the Blue Yeti is a condenser, and then the AT2035 are condenser microphones. And condenser microphone... What it means... One of the aspects of being a condenser microphone is that it is powered, meaning it picks up a lot of sound. In that, like, if you drop a pin on the other side of the room, it'll likely pick it up because power is being supplied to the microphone, so it can hear a lot more stuff. This microphone I'm using now is not a condenser microphone, and I would recommend that because you do less noise canceling. Like, less noise canceling is required because it just plugs directly in and doesn't need that 48 volts of power. I think it's 48 volts. Yeah, it's called phantom power. This does not require phantom power. And I will let you know the mic. Let me update this really quick, and then we'll talk about my microphone. But yeah, so the Shure SM7B is like industry standard for like radio talk shows and podcasts and stuff like that. This is its little brother, little cousin. It's the Shure MV7. So it's not as fancy as the SM7B, but can sound just as good. And this actually has a built-in audio interface, so you can actually plug a USB cable directly from this microphone into your computer, and you don't even need an audio interface. So right now I'm just using XLR, so this is actually plugged into an interface, and then the interface has USB. If you're just getting started, you could buy the mic itself, and then you don't need XLR. Yeah. All right, I'm updating my blue screen. Not mean to press that. Sure. MV7. And Escape Pods, thank you very much for the sub. Did I pay $200 for this? I'm pretty sure I only paid like $150. Oh, I see. There's a version that only has XLR. And Acorn, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. What were you working on? Raid! Creating a battleship game. Nice. Thanks for the raid. We are not writing much code today. We're basically updating a JSON object, at least right now. All this JSON stuff. So I have a website, coding.garden/gear, that you can go to, and it lists all the stuff that I use for streaming. And we're updating this page because it was a little outdated. Some of the stuff has changed that I use, and some of the links stopped working. So I'm just gradually updating this page. We just finished the computer section. I haven't published it yet. I need to, once I get done with all this, I'll push up the code. But these are some of the things I added, and some of the stuff I'm excited about. So this portable wireless mechanical keyboard is a more recent thing that I got that I really like. But it's nice because it has USB, it has Bluetooth, and it has 2.4 gigahertz wireless. It has it all. So I was talking about that. And then, yeah, it has a tilde key. Are you talking about the keyboard itself? It's, it's over here. It's on the, it's on the wrong side compared to other keyboards, but it still has it. And then I was just updating this link for my blue screen. I'll show that. So, am I ready to show this? I guess I will. This is what my room looks like. And actually not that. If I turn off the, oh, not that, that. Turn that off. There you go. So it's actually just a big blue sheet hanging behind me. And that's how I do the green screen stuff. And that's because this is the coding garden, so every now and then I have green stuff, like plants and stuff like that. No, it's not a NASA clean room. That's just bubble wrap for packages and stuff like that. Stop looking. Stop looking at my room. So yeah, I was talking about the blue screen. We updated that link, but now we're talking about microphones. Looks like a NASA cleaner. Because I need to update this page. I used to use the Audio-Technica AT2035, which is similar to the AT2020, which is like industry standard for like condenser microphones. But we're talking about the Shure SM7? MV7, which is like the little brother to the SM7B. And that's what I use now. Though I didn't know it was $200. I guess it is. I feel like I paid less. But this is the microphone that I use now, so I need to add it to the page. Let's take a quick stretch. But welcome in, Raiders, if you're still sticking around. Appreciate you. Did we hear from Acorn? I might have missed it. Yeah. Oh, glad to hear it, Escape Pods. Thanks again for that gift. Oh yeah, howdy Acorn. Thanks for bringing your friends over. The RE20 is a popular alternative. Let's look it up. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. Oh. Interesting. It's more expensive than the SM7B. But the thing is, like, if you've got money and, like, you're not just looking for, like, inexpensive alternatives, just get the SM7B. Like, this is industry standard. If you watch any, like, podcast that's been recorded live or any radio show or something like that, they're using the SM7B. I just didn't want to pay $400 for it, which is why I got the MV7. Nice, Acorn. Glad to hear it. Thanks for sticking around. All right, I'm going to add this. I think I already copied it. Add this to the page. Here it is. Now the AT2035 goes into past gear. And then we're going to replace the AT2035 with the SM, or the MV7. I keep saying it wrong. Do I have to pay 30% tax for my salary? Yeah, so if you're self-employed in the United States, you still have to pay income taxes on your self-employment income. So the money that I make from Twitch, I have to set aside roughly 30% of it to pay as income taxes. Yeah. All right, what else do we want to say? Cheaper, or say a less expensive alternative to the industry standard SM7B. This model has a USB audio interface built in, so you won't need a separate one. Separate one. Also, this microphone is not a condenser microphone like all of my past microphones. I mean, it's a non-condenser, but what is it? It is it's just a microphone. What do you call it? Passive? Oh, thank you, Staskly. Is it cardioid? Dynamic. It's a dynamic. Dynamic, I think, is the right word. Yeah, that's the one. Probably the best way, if you just want to donate money directly, the Streamlabs donation page is probably the best way to do that. Not that. Support? Yeah. I think I pay like a 2.9% fee here. So this is probably, I mean, honestly though, if you give Twitch bits, I get all of the bits because you pay the transaction fee up front. So whichever one's more convenient. Streamlabs, you can do direct donation, but then also you can do Twitch bits. And that's how you get the most money to me. But again, you don't have to do that. Like subbing on Twitch, I get a portion of that. That supports me. On my merch page, anything you buy, I get $5 from. So if you want some merch and you want to give me $5, you could get some merch here. But yeah. If you want to wait, Staskly, if you're still listening, don't donate yet. If you are going to donate, because I'm about to, after we're done with this, I'm going to update my overlay so that any donation of $5 or more will actually read your message out loud, because it doesn't currently do that. I still read it myself out loud, but I know it's an incentive on a lot of other streamers' channels to read their messages automatically. Mail cash to my house. No, don't do that. All right, let's keep updating. This microphone is a dynamic microphone, not a condenser microphone like all of my past microphones. Dynamic microphones do not require phantom power and pick up less background noise. Pib! With the bits! I said wait! But thank you, Pib, for the 1,000 bits. You're too kind. Does not require phantom power and pick up less background noise. I no longer use a noise canceling filter. So you can hear my air conditioner in the background. It's like a little bit of white noise. It's also not super loud, like if I stop talking. But I don't mind that. Before, with a condenser microphone, you heard the background noise even louder, which is why I was using a noise canceling. You can't hear, yeah. So if I don't talk, I see the meter moving, but it's so low on the decibel level that yeah. So, but before, when I was using a condenser microphone, you could hear everything, and that's because power is being applied to it, and it's just picking up more sound. So these kinds of microphones are great for just voice, and also you have to be close to the microphone. You'll see that, like, if the mic is over there, you can't hear me as well, and this was an issue. This is an issue, like, if I'm ever using my overhead camera, because I have to be too far away from the microphone, whereas a condenser microphone will pick up sound that's far away. So it really depends on your use case. Cool. All right, let's add the links for this. Wow. Is this the right tag? It's not. Coding Garden W-20 is my affiliate code. Well, I did the wrong thing. This does not go in past. I'm not sure why that's the case, Stony Eagle. Did you recently upgrade to tier 3? I might just need to resync it on my side. Okay, I messed up because past should be the Audio Technica, and then I need to replace this one with the Shure SM7 or MV7. Oh, you're right. I was. I think I just need to refresh the Discord Twitch integration. Okay, I'm still using the same mixer. I need to update the description because it talks about the AT2035. The Shure MV7, as well as other audio sources, are plugged into this mixer. Yes, that's it. I haven't answered your question. No, we're gonna finish updating this page, and then I will. That's the plan, anyways. I don't use these headphones while streaming, but I use them when I'm making music, and they are wonderful for that. So if you're looking for a pair of high fidelity headphones, I do recommend these, and there's a Prime deal on them today. Definitely check those out. And again, I don't use this thing when I'm streaming, but I do use it for music making. But basically, you plug your headphones into this, and then on the bottom of it, it takes a audio input, and then you have a headphone volume knob that's like really close that you can just like strap to yourself. So that's nice. I still use this stand, the Rode PSA 1. It's true, Stony Eagle. And I think I mentioned it on the page. Like the stand alone is $100, but when you're dealing with $200 microphones, you want a decent stand to put it on. Because I mean, you could get a stand for like $30 or so. But if you're going to be putting an expensive piece of equipment on it, you should probably buy a fairly sturdy stand. Zokun is asking, what would you say are good starter apps to make when beginning with a new framework? I always go with the To-Do app. I know it's cliche and overused, but a To-Do app does all of the things to demonstrate the stuff you would do on a regular basis. So you're doing things like templating. You are doing things like repeating or looping with like a map in React or a V4 in Vue. You're doing things like handling form inputs, like when you're adding a new to-do, and that deals with DOM events. What else? You can refactor those things into components. So to-do apps are boring, but they demonstrate all of the things that you use all the time. So you could basically just spin the idea of a to-do app. So instead of storing to-dos, you could store links to YouTube videos. Or instead of to-dos, you could store your favorite things from Amazon, that kind of thing. Yeah, and Alka is mentioning they got a nice ARM for 115. It's a bit in the loud side, but it's so strong. Yeah, this one is super good. And if it's loud, just put some WD-40 on it. Yeah. Okay. I need to make sure, keep making sure these links work. Does this work? Yep. And actually, I don't know what happened to my green cable, but it would be more on brand if I had a green XLR cable. Yeah, and then those headphones I mentioned, you can actually replace the cable they come with, so I replaced them with that. If you're using the thing with the headphone volume knob, you can use this cable to connect it. That's interesting. Yeah, so this mixer is the one that I use, and this has USB out, so I plug all my audio stuff into the mixer and then USB out to my streaming computer, and that sends it all to Twitch. But it didn't come with a USB cable. Let's take a quick stretch. I don't know what my IQ is, Deep Blue. I've only ever taken like casual online IQ tests, and I usually score like an average IQ. So yeah. And Zokun is saying, I think you've inspired me to make a new to-do app. It really is the thing that touches it all. I will mention, so Florin, well, what did I just do? I accidentally went full screen. Florin Pop has a GitHub repo with app ideas. So you could scroll this list. What's nice is they're rated by beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And then each one of the app ideas, so let's look at like weather app, has user stories. And then like links and resources to get going with it. So definitely check this out. But like I said, a to-do app is going to cover all the parts and pieces of a framework. You don't know if these apps are necessarily going to do that. Most of them would, but I guess it depends. I got a C+ on my IQ test. And what's up, Aztec Consulting? Thanks for dropping in. Stony Eagle says, I was thinking about now you go full-time, and I enjoy my time here. I want to donate subs on a regular basis, and thinking, what if the regular sub-gifters bundle their gifts into a challenge or special events? Do you mean like having some sort of incentive for gifting subs? Is that what you mean? Like I've seen other channels, like the person that gifts the most sub in a given month gets to suggest an emote to add or something like that. And thank you, Oxy, for that hydrate. So let me know what you mean by that. Great. Need to make sure that all of these links still work, and then we'll be done with this. That does not work. Let's find a new one. It's true, yeah, so Revived Newt, it's probably over a year ago at this point, but when she was in the stream, I think there was 1 month where she gifted like 300 subs or something like that. So we made a little app where newts crawl around on the screen. Lightbox. What's this called? Lighting kit. Not particular making people gift subs, but the ones that do gift subs, let them save it for those events where people get subs by participating in the challenges. I still need clarification, and I was tracking there, so I knew that's what you meant. So the people that are gifting subs on my channel, you're saying they should wait for like a specific day where usually only subs could participate, but now that they're gifting, more people could participate? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know how I would coordinate that, but so what you're saying is like in that video I played earlier, I would do things where it's like the first non-sub to answer this question gets gifted. What you're saying is there could be people in line ready to gift those people. I see. However, I don't want to force or depend on people to do that, you know? I mean, it would be cool. And usually, like in the past, people would actually beat me to it. So I would say something like that, and then when I would go to gift them, someone would beat me to it and gift that person anyways. So, yeah. These are expensive. I mean, I guess prices have gone up in general. I really don't feel like I paid this much for these. Yeah. It's true. The thing is, I could just say first one to gift, or first one to answer gets a gift, and then somebody would just gift them anyways. I mean, there is a Prime Day deal on this. Oh, it has LEDs inside. Interesting. So the ones I bought came with these types of bulbs, but I actually replaced them with they're called corncob LEDs. I'll show those in a second. Do I get to see the JWST? Oh, is that the telescope? I saw a few pictures on Reddit. It looks pretty sweet. It's true, Stony Eagle. Though it feels weird because it's like asking people to gift explicitly instead of just letting them gift whenever they feel like it. I don't know. It's true. I I do like the idea of gifting to specific viewers, because there are a lot of people that tune in to the stream a lot but can't afford to sub. So it is nice to specifically target those people out. You know, it's really easy to shill an Amazon link. It's harder for me, I think, to directly ask for money. I don't know. Oh, wow. No, the price is gonna. I feel like maybe these used to be like $40 or $50. And thank you, Anonymous. Thank you very much for that gift. And I'm guessing it was more of a specific gift because Sniper No Sniping literally just typed in chat. But yeah, thank you, Anonymous. It's too bad that streamers can't store the gift subs to give out during event days. Yeah, I mean, that would be an interesting concept where a gifter just says, I would like to gift, and then the streamer could choose who those gifts actually go to, because the streamer typically knows, or even mods in the channel know the people that like interact the most on stream and stuff like that. So it is interesting. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to add my Mokose camera, because this is the camera that I use now. What's nice about it is it's just USB, but it's a 4K USB camera, and it's tiny. It's like this big. But because it's USB, I don't need an HDMI capture card like I did need with my Canon camcorder. All right, I'm gonna move those out into my past gear, because this is all past gear. Cool. I don't need the splitter anymore. I don't need the adapter. Don't need that. All of this is past gear. Webcam clamp mount. I actually don't use that anymore either. Well, I think I use that for my overhead camera. You can see that. So if I'm ever pointing at anything on my desk, I use that to be able to move it around and such, but it's not my main camera. And then actually, I recently got a camera ceiling mount. Yep, I got one of these. And so that's what the 4K camera is attached to. I have it attached to the ceiling, and then I've got a couple of adapters and like an arm on it, and then that's what that is on. So instead of being on a tripod on the ground, it's just hanging from my ceiling. Oh, I'm missing a bunch of chats. I'm saying they can't afford to gift, but they can afford Amazon. I don't know. Yeah. And Beepole Hamas is saying, I always feel bad getting a gift from a sub when I've just checked in and then left. Yeah, I mean, it's true because like the gifting is totally random, so you never know if it's going to be a long-time viewer that gets it or if it's somebody else, so yeah. How did I build this page? I'll show in just a second. It's just basic Vue.js code. Well, thanks for hanging out, A Fallen Hope. I forgot to scroll. Yeah. Contacting. Yeah. So, well, I guess that would be a cool chat feature if because Twitch has all of the information, so it'd be interesting if you could just see stats to see like this user has sent the most messages in the chat, or that kind of thing. So yeah. Right, I'm not going to put this on the list because, I don't know. Why is the chair not on the list? Because it's not on Amazon. It's the IKEA Marcus, though. Actually, the IKEA Marcus might be on Amazon. Don't buy it on Amazon. You could order this from IKEA and only pay $200. So yeah, that's why the chair isn't on there. All right, I'm pretty sure I updated everything. This is a good idea, Stony Eagle. I would basically have to listen for scroll. Like if I haven't scrolled in a long time, kick the chat up. But the thing is, I don't want to kick it up because I don't want to scroll past things that I've missed, just like I was able to catch up just now. Yeah. Make a bot that spams chat to climb the ranks. No, I mean, it has to be useful messages. I don't know. I'll add this as an optional feature improvement. That, yeah. Cool, and I use these to hang up lights all around my studio as well. Actually, I think I will take a picture of my setup now so you can get a better idea of how this all fits together. But if you go to this page, coding.garden/gear, there, coding.garden/gear, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there's this diagram that is broken. I think it'll be fixed on deploy. And what's up, Informath? It's been a really long time. Thanks for dropping in. Oh, gear/streaming setup. There it is. Cool. So, I guess I kind of need to update the diagram too, but basically microphone plugged into audio mixer, laptop audio plugged into the audio mixer, laptop HDMI plugged into a capture card. I used to have a video camera plugged into an HDMI capture card. Now it's just USB. So the streaming computer has all this USB stuff, and then all of that's organized inside of OBS, Open Broadcaster Studio. I think lastly, I need to confirm all of that doesn't work anymore. I'm just going to remove it because I don't use it. For sure, I'll have a diagram like this for IRL. So that still works. That still works. That still works. I think I already tested these. Why is this camera $500 now? Don't buy this camera. Don't buy this camera. I'm pretty sure I only paid like $200 for it. Huh. Maybe because they don't make them anymore, the price has gone up? Oh, well. Building a Spotify clone that uses your own music. Have you looked into some of the like the open source options? There's like I think it's called Sonic Media Open source music library streaming. AirSonic? Maybe? What's up, Coding Tomato? This seems like it's it. I might be thinking of a different one, but this does that. So this basically, like, you can host it on your own server, and, like, it automatically pulls in metadata and stuff. You already have so much done? Okay. Well, it doesn't hurt to have another one out there. Cool. Yap is asking, why do I have two mics? I only have this one, but at the bottom of this page is called past gear, and it's just things that I used to use that I don't use anymore, which is why I have multiple microphones listed here. Cool. And I don't think I added the Mokose camera yet, did I? That's what I'm working on right now. Yeah, I could definitely write a script that tries to visit these links, and then if it gets a 404, let me know. I don't think I need to do that though. There's like not enough links for me to warrant writing the code to do that, but it would be possible. All right, this is what I need to update. I would highly, like, heavily recommend this camera. Like, even if you're looking for a webcam to use for conference calls and stuff like that, this thing is amazing. It's the camera I'm using right now. You can tell it looks great. But I mean, I showed this earlier. Like, the picture it's getting is actually bigger. it's like that part of my room, and then I'm just cropping it down to what I need it to be, and it still looks great. Can even go close up. Ah, it's a little grainy that close, but where do I want to go? Here. If you can do something in 10 minutes, it's always better spending 5 hours to automate it. Yeah. And also, it's a fun excuse to visit all of these links on stream. So anybody that's watching that's like interested in this kind of stuff, can hear me talk about it. But yeah, what's up, Kondrakai? Who says, I just got Kali Linux. Got any tips? No tips. But But for those of you that don't know what Kali Linux is, it is a distribution of Linux with lots of penetration testing tools and ethical hacking tools. Though some people don't use it for ethical hacking. And what's up, Archer Bird? Thanks for dropping by. What am I doing? We're grabbing an image. This. Cool. All right. It's been updated. Let me commit it. Push. Oh, no! I accidentally killed the wrong app. Why does it do this? Start. That's the one I wanted to kill. Start chat manager. Yes, so this is the script I run before I start every stream. It starts like all the services and everything. It should start the chat. Oh, no, it won't. I forgot. I have to use Node version 16 because the Electron app hasn't been updated. There you all are. You're back. Cool. Yeah, I believe that's all the changes I wanted to make. That file gets updated. That has an updated link. And then I'm just adding the image. Cool. Cool. Oh yeah, BashX asks, which front end or back end app would you recommend? Which front end or back end would you recommend to build an app? I just want something simple with MongoDB. It's such a loaded question. There's so much you could do. I mean, if I were to build something right now, I would probably use Vue.js on the front end and Feathers.js on the back end, and that's because those are the two things that I know really well right now. It's not the latest and greatest stuff. It's not the most popular stuff, but it's what I like. So that's what I would choose. If you talk to anyone else, they're going to give you a different answer. What's it called? That Prisma, the GraphQL schema thingy. That's the thing that a lot of people are into for the back end. So yeah. All right. What do you got, Stony Eagle? I'm trusting your image. Oh, you're okay. I was like, what? You're building a literal Spotify clone. Wow. Looks great. Good luck on that. Yeah. Didn't think about Feathers. I'll give it a try. Yeah, I mean, and then that's the other thing is like Feathers takes some getting used to. Like there is a learning curve. And I've used it so much that I've gotten to a point where I can do what I want with it. If you're new to it, you may have some friction getting started, just figuring out what all the things do. But I do like the idea. If we look at the the database querying, the fact that it abstracts away all these different types of databases. So whether it's Mongo or whether it's a SQL database or any of these other things, you can instantly create a service that has create, read, update, delete, list functions ready to go. You don't have to write any SQL querying code or any Mongo querying code. You get all of that for free, and then you can go in and customize the corresponding methods if you need to. That is what I like about Feathers.js. And so it has this common API where you create the service, and then you do service.find or service.create or service.update, and behind the scenes it does the right thing depending on what database you're connecting to, because each of these various database adapters, someone's already done the hard work of implementing all that. So that's one of the main reasons I would choose something like Feathers, is because all of the boilerplate and all of the stuff you would normally write for like a simple backend API, it handles that. And then there's a really nice client library you can use on the front end to automatically integrate with that. Somebody mentioned Nest.js. I'm not a fan, but mainly because this is very enterprisey. I would say if you're coming from experience with Angular on the front end, you would like Nest.js. If you're coming from experience with Java on the back end, you would like Nest.js. But I don't like those things. There's a lot of enterprisey. I mean, am I saying Nest, which is different from Next, but there's a lot of enterprisey stuff. Though I believe it does have a way of like creating controllers that like map to models, but I don't think you get you don't get querying for free like you would with something like Feathers.js. Yeah. I think Nest.js actually pairs with type ORM. Which I also don't like. It looks, if you read the docs, it looks great. It looks awesome. But in the real world, you run into so many issues. You can see that there are 1.6 thousand open issues on GitHub. I think for basic things, it's fine. But once you start getting into nested queries and more complex relationships, that's when things start to break down. And Stoddy with the gift, thank you so much. You're too kind. Too kind. Yeah, Next.js, Nux.js, Nest.js, which one? Yeah. Okay, that's my gear. Let me deploy the website. So the page updates, and then we'll keep on moving. I'll probably take a quick break, and then we'll keep on moving. Nice. So instead of type ORM, you have some options like Sequelize.js. Though I don't... Yeah, I mean, it says it supports TypeScript. I don't know how good the TypeScript support is with Sequelize, because I've only ever just used it with JavaScript, but Sequelize is probably one of the most popular ones. And then the one that I like is called... what's it called? Objection. You can see that I have a lot of unpopular opinions in terms of like what I like to use, but the things that I like to use typically require less code, less configuration, and have good sensible defaults. And that's why I like Objection.js. Also, it's built on top of Connects, which I have a lot of experience with and why I like Connects. Yeah, and then Prisma is another one that, I mean, it's sort of the same thing, but except it is more heavily integrated, or is more used with GraphQL APIs, whereas these things are just purely about database access and don't have any opinions on how that data is going to be accessed. But yeah, someone was asking, what is ORM? It's an object relational mapper. Basically, it's a library that makes interacting with a database more object-oriented. Because typically, like if you're interacting with a SQL database, it's just a lot of SQL queries. Select star from users where name equals CJ. Or select star from users where age is greater than 42. You're writing a lot of explicit SQL statements. And that makes sense because you're interacting with the SQL database. But typically, this kind of code is in an application. At least I prefer my application code to match all of the other application code. So, for instance, if you look at how you would do select star from users where name equals CJ in objection, you would actually set up a user's model, and then once you get access to it, you could do query, and then there's like these functional things where you can say like where age is greater than some value. But at the end of the day, this chained JavaScript code gets turned into SQL code and also like gets run against the database. But yeah, this is more like the code you're going to see. So query the person model, join it with this relationship with this where clause. So this is the code that's in your code base that isn't directly SQL. And that's what an ORM gives you, an object relational mapper. And yeah, like by default, they escape the inputs, so you're not vulnerable to SQL injection. Whereas if you're just doing like basic string concatenation, you might be vulnerable to SQL injection. And what's up, Digital Flower? Who says, you don't need GraphQL to use Prisma. That's good to know. I've only ever seen it in conjunction with GraphQL, but it is good to know you don't have to do that. I don't know. I probably need to try this someday. Yeah. Where can I find free textures for background repeat? I have no idea. And yaps! Oh, I thought these were subs, but they're follows. 11 months in 1 week. It's almost a year. And Statty for a year and 7 months. Yeah, Nuxt.js is cool. I just haven't used it that much. This is the Vue equivalent of Next.js. Next.js is the back-end server-side render. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be server-side rendered. It could be pre-generated, but Next.js is for React, Nuxt.js is for Vue, and Nest.js is not related to either of them. But yeah. Are there any databases that do this from the start? Not that I know of. So, all right, the gear page is updated. So if you go to the gear website, make sure you clear your cache. So go to coding.garden/gear, clear the cache, so you should see the latest page. If you see this Royal Kluge keyboard, you know you're looking at the latest. If you don't see it, you need to clear the cache and refresh. But today is Amazon Prime Day, so if you're going to be ordering anything from Amazon, please at least just click one of my affiliate links. I'll get a little bit of the profit. It helps me out. I appreciate you. But also check out my gear page if you're interested in how I do all this stuff. Do an exclamation mark ask, Bob, because that'll be an interesting explainer video. And I'll talk about it. Like, why do we need ORMs, basically? Thoughts on Tailwind? I don't like it. I've talked about it before. It seems fine for prototyping, but it seems like it would break down in a large app with lots of styles. Now, a lot of people use it for large apps, and they probably have their reasoning. I don't like it. Just use CSS. Like, why wouldn't you just use CSS? You can more clearly create reusable classes. CSS isn't hard. It's not hard to switch to a CSS file. I don't know. I tried doing a data migration with AWS Amplify, built-in ORM, and I was more confused than ever. Yeah. Yeah, SvelteKit. So yeah, I didn't mention that one, but SvelteKit is the Svelte equivalent of Nuxt.js and Next.js, but for Svelte instead of React and Vue. Nust.js. Oh, yeah. Let me explain how the Gear website works. And then I'll take a break. And then when I come back, I'm going to answer a couple of questions on Box. So I'm going to explain the difference between function declarations and function expressions, because this question was asked a while ago. And then I'm going to explain why we need ORMs when I come back. But first, I'm going to explain the code. Okay, so when you go to coding.garden, when you go to the website, coding.garden/gear, this page loads. And what's interesting is I'm not using any sort of build process. There's no server-side rendering. This is all just static HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So when you go to this web page, it just downloads 4 files. It's going to download index.html. It's going to download my app.js. It's going to download an image. And it's going to download a CSS file. But if you look at the source code for this web page, what I send to you is the code that I actually wrote. So you can see I'm loading some Google fonts. I have an external style sheet that I load in that adds like this Coding Garden title font, which is the Glacial Indifference, which is like a free version of Futura. But regardless, it just loads the styles in. And then you can see somewhere... Yeah, I load in Vue.js from a CDN. So the HTML is just a Vue template. So I have in my Vue data a couple of sections. That's what gets listed out. And then in every section, I have a repeat for every item. So it's a very simple Vue.js app, but it's not bundled. It doesn't use the CLI or anything like that. It just literally links the Vue library from a CDN. So this style of development is very similar to how we just used to use jQuery on a page back in the day with no build process. But that's mainly because this page is very simple. It's just like static content. Doesn't need to be anything fancy. And it just lives literally inside this folder called Gear. So if you look at my website source code, it's kind of messy, but each folder is like its own little separate app. So the root of the website is a Svelte app. So if you go to coding.garden, this is Svelte. And it's mainly Svelte because I wanted to animate these SVGs at the top. I could have figured out how to do that without Svelte, but again, that's just Svelte. And then when you go to /gear, you're literally going into a folder and requesting the files from that folder. So if you look in public and we look at gear, it's just a basic stuff. And then if you look at the JavaScript, it's also pretty basic. I have a couple of arrays that each have all of the data that's listed on the page. And then I have a Vue app. So this is how you create an instance of a Vue app if you're not using the CLI. So because I linked the Vue CDN, I can literally just create a Vue instance, tell it where it lives, provide all of that data, and then it just shows up on the page. But that's how it works. It's just a Vue CDN link, a bunch of data in arrays, and then those are added to the Vue instance. Yeah, but each one of these little boxes is basically like an item template. Like if we look at the HTML source code of the page, is this here. So each section gets a link at the top, and then each section then repeats all of its items. Yeah. Oh, why do I link to app? I don't know. Oh, because I wanted to be able to link to the different sections. Section 3, Section 1. Why do I do that? I did it for a reason. I'm pretty sure I did it for a reason. Yeah, I think the issue is, like, if I were to link section 4 like this, it wouldn't. Oh, because I need to. Yeah, that's the issue. Okay, so because the content on this page is dynamically added by JavaScript, when the page loads, well, yeah, we'll look at the source. So when the page loads, all there is this template, and Vue.js hasn't kicked in yet. So this template is just sitting there in the HTML, and Vue.js actually needs to kick in to activate this template and load the data into it. So because I need to wait for Vue.js to load and then load all of the data, that's why I'm doing this, because I'm using anchor tag links. So you can see that, like, when I click pass gear, it's section 4. If I click this, it's section 3. If I click this, it's section 0. But those sections don't exist on the page until Vue is done doing the work, which is why I have this little bit of onload code. So once all the data has been added to the page and everything's good to go, now we can scroll the page to the section that was linked to. That is why I have this. But it's not using server-side rendering or anything like that. All of this runs inside of your web browser. Like, when you go to this page, it literally will download the HTML, download the JavaScript, download the CSS that's linked at the top, and then all of that runs inside of your web browser. There's no back-end process handling this Vue.js code. It's literally just, it's running in the page that you load. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Beeple. Yeah, I know. I mean, so the other issue with affiliate links, though, is that, like, that's how a lot of tracking is done. So that's why I have the direct link, so you don't have to worry about tracking. But if you're already buying stuff on Amazon anyways, you know, click the affiliate link. Support me. Yeah. Yeah, and so that is the other interesting thing about Vue.js, is you actually don't need a build process, and you can just link to a CDN and it will work. This works really well for simple apps like this, right? It's a single page, mostly static content. Once you start having multiple pages and multiple components, that's when it makes sense to use something like the Vue CLI. But there are several little apps in here where I built that way. So that's the gear one. But if you look at frequently asked questions, this actually loads all of the frequently asked questions from GitHub. So this code here queries GitHub to pull down the markdown for the frequently asked questions, and then just loads it into, I believe I do like a markdown component or something like that. So if you go to coding.garden/FAQs, this is just another simple static web page that, yeah, if I clear the local storage. Yeah, if I clear local storage and refresh this, it'll actually take a second because it requests the markdown from GitHub and then just renders that markdown onto this page. So this is just like a fancier version of this GitHub README, but it just gets loaded onto the page. And then what else? Yeah, the support page is literally just HTML, no JavaScript. It just has some links. And then the videos here is just a static vanilla JavaScript page. So this one actually doesn't even use Vue or anything. This is just vanilla JS that makes the request to YouTube to get all of the videos. So if we go to this page, so yeah, I cleared the cache. So this actually has to request the list of videos from YouTube, and then it just loads them all in. But that's vanilla JS. Yeah. Are you sure you wrote that code? Yeah. It's been a while, though. Is it hard to learn web scraping? No, it's incredibly easy. And actually, just take a look at some of the videos I've done on it. I mean, the concepts are easy. Depending on the kind of site you're scraping, it can get very complex, but the concepts themselves are pretty basic. This video I did 4 years ago, but it's still completely relevant. The code is fairly simple. And this scrapes IMDb. And this is all the code required to scrape movies off of search results. Yeah. I completely agree, Wavo, and that's just like my current opinion on it right now. Like, everyone is using Next.js. Everyone is using, like, Nuxt.js. But, like, and everyone is so hung up on this idea of server-side hydration and server-side rendering. But for most use cases, you can just have a static website. Like, you don't need a server running 24/7. You can just put some static files on a CDN and your app will work just fine. Which gets into the idea of Jamstack. And some of those tools that do server-side rendering can do, like, pre-rendered or pre-generated stuff. I don't know. Any advice for people looking into coding for a career? Yeah, just try it. So, like, you can learn everything you need to know for free. So I would say first try it for free in your spare time to see if you like it, and then see if you actually want to dedicate your time doing it. Free Code Camp is a great place to start. There's also the Odin project. Both of these great for beginners and teaches you basically everything you would need to know. But before you, like, quit your job and decide you're going to change your life, just do it in your spare time and see if you actually like it. I would say Free Code Camp kind of holds your hand. It guides you much more easily, whereas the Odin project presents you with the resources, and it's up to you to read the articles, watch the videos, do the exercises. It doesn't have, like, a built-in way of doing it. It's less hand-holdy, which I actually like, because as a developer on the job, you do a lot of, like, learning and figuring things out on the job. It's not just handed to you. So the Odin project kind of gets you ready for that, because, so, like, let's say you go into the HTML and CSS course. Here's an article. Here's some, like, your assignment literally just tells you what to do, but there's no submission. There's no way of automatically checking the results. You just have to do the assignment. So that's what I like about the Odin project. But to each their own. You know, some people might like having their hand held, but do know that once you get out into the real world, there's less hand holding. So it's good to get used to that up front. Did I say which CDN I use? Oh, it depends. I mean, if I'm on AWS, I'm using CloudFront. That's what it's called, yeah, right? Yeah, so CloudFront is the AWS CDN. Some of the stuff I actually deployed to Vercel, and Vercel, if you're deploying a purely static app, we'll put it on a CDN. I also use surge.sh, which puts it on a CDN. But specifically, this website, coding.garden, is just running on an AWS Lightsail instance that has Ubuntu and Nginx. And Nginx is just pointing this static serve at a directory that has all the static files inside of it. So this actually isn't on a CDN. But I don't think I need it to be, because it's not, the site isn't accessed that often. So basically everyone that comes to my website, or like Vox is probably the one that people go to most. Anyone that goes to vox.coding.garden is making a direct request to my AWS server. And there's only one. It's not spread around the world like a CDN would be. But that's fine for my use cases. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks, J. Rasmus. What's Jamstack? Yeah. I mean, just look it up. It's been like, the term has been around for a while, but the idea is, you build websites with like the technologies that we know of, but before deploying the website, you completely pre-render and pre-generate all of the pages so that it actually doesn't require a backend, though it's not always that case. Like sometimes you can have a backend versus not having a backend, but that's my main understanding, is basically static site generation. You try to, you build your app, and then whenever you deploy it, you're deploying purely generated static pages. There's no JavaScript embedded, though there can be. But the main idea of it is to not have that. Kobalan is asking, can I give you tips to be better at JavaScript? I understand the code, but I have problems to write my own code. Practice. That's my main tip. You say you understand the code. So like you're saying you're reading other people's code and you understand it, but you have trouble writing your own. I would challenge that idea in that, when you see other people's code, really try to describe what it's doing line by line. Don't be so hand wavy about it or more general about it. Try to make sure you're being very direct, because you'll probably find holes in your understanding if you're really trying to describe every single thing. But I just recommend practice. So Code Wars is a really great website for that. You can start with really easy stuff like 8Q and then gradually get up to the harder stuff. But the more repetition, the more practice, the better you'll get at seeing a problem statement and then turning that into code. That's usually what I recommend, is just practice. When is server-side rendering needed or desired? It really, like, the old answer used to be if you want good search engine optimization. But these days, search engines will run the JavaScript on your page. So you don't necessarily need it to be server-side rendered in order to get a search engine to show the content. Like, so I mentioned coding.garden. This is actually a Svelte application. If you look at the source code for it, there's nothing in the body, right? Because once the page loads, Svelte kicks in, it adds content to the page, and then we get this. But if you search Google for Coding Garden, you'll see the content of the page. So grow your coding skills one day at a time. So Google is running the JavaScript on my page. So it used to be that search engines didn't run the JavaScript on your page, which is why something like server-side rendering would pre-render the content so that search engines would better index you. So that's less and less the case. An argument could be made for speed of rendering, so time to first byte, or how fast the page will actually load. Because when a page has to load JavaScript, that's like more stuff that the web browser has to download, and so the page is going to take a little bit longer before things are actually visible for the user. Whereas if the stuff was being rendered on a server first, the moment the client gets that data, they're going to see the page for the most part. So it's faster. I don't know. I'm less of a fan of server-side rendering and server-side generation, but there are good use cases for it. There are. Like, the other issue is, like, with server-side rendering or server-side generation, you need a server. You need a server that can run Node.js. This app, it technically is on a dynamic server, but it's all static files. I could put this on a CDN and it would work just fine because it's all static. I don't need a backend Node.js server to run this stuff. It's all static. Did I answer your question? Sort of. I got rambly. Yeah, so there are things like Jekyll, which is a static site generator, and Hugo, which is like a static blog generator. And then Gatsby is probably the biggest, most popular thing when you talk about the Jamstack. Yeah. Oh, nice, Oxy. You doing free code camp right now? Well, no. I mean, you can quit your job to learn to code, but know that it's something you actually want to do. Like, that's all I was saying, is try it first so you don't quit your job to dedicate yourself to learning to code when you might not even like it, is all I'm saying. I don't know. Yeah, you're welcome, Jay's Move. Is it worth starting as an automation engineer? Do you learn anything from that position? I don't know. I mean, it seems like a loaded word. I don't know exactly what an automation engineer would do. Like, do they write code? Do they write code that automates things? Or are they just maintaining existing automations? Like, I have no idea. I'd have to see a job description. I don't know. Yeah, title means nothing. I mean, it means something, but I think it really depends because a lot of people could use that term but mean different things. Yeah. Oh, and for the learn to code stuff, I would also say check out Coding Train on YouTube. So this playlist right here called Code ! Teaches creative coding from scratch. So the coding you learn here isn't directly applicable to like building websites and like the job market, but it does teach you all of the underlying concepts of code, like variables and conditionals and loops, and you get to do fun interactive things in the process, like building interesting visualizations and like working with shapes and stuff on the screen, which for some people is easier to what's the word? Easier to get into, easier to find interesting, rather than just building lame to-do apps and stuff like that. I don't know. That's also really good for kids to get started coding. But I also like if you're not directly looking to get a job with coding and you just want to learn what coding is all about, that's another really good resource. Didn't the Odin project get in a ton of trouble? I have no idea. I've been suggesting it for a while now. I guess we could look at their GitHub. I don't want Discord. What are you doing? I don't know the drama. Did they end up like? Yeah, I don't know. How'd they get in trouble? How often do I DuckDuckGo search at your previous job? I know concepts, but would be lost without some sort of reference. All the time. All the time. There are certain things that you do want to memorize, like things that you use all the time, but there are other things that it takes up too much space in your brain to memorize, so it makes more sense to just search them when you need them. But it's a fine balance. But I would say I search the web at least once or twice a day, if not more, probably more. I Take You Down says, I already know how to write C, C++, Java, and other stuff, but for some reason, I always feel like I will fail in a real job. It's weird. Yeah, I mean, this is along the lines of imposter syndrome. You might have heard of it. People who struggle with imposter syndrome believe that they are undeserving of their achievements and the high esteem in which they are, in fact, generally held. They feel they aren't as competent or intelligent as others might think, and that soon enough, people will discover the truth about them. So, I mean, it's kind of along the lines with what you're saying. It may not be exact, but yeah. The thing is, like, when you watch videos on YouTube or watch people talking about code on Twitch and stuff like that, they may not always be completely honest. They may be talking from a standpoint of like trying to make themselves look good, if that makes sense. But at the end of the day, the job they're doing with the code that they're writing, it is just a job. It is just like you use what you know, you try to figure stuff out, and that's it. That's all. Like a job, writing code for a job isn't that special. It's like, it's not that much different than just the stuff you read about and the stuff you learn. So I don't know. Do you know where I can find companies to give me an internship as a web dev? I don't. You'd have to just search job boards. Filter job boards by entry level or by intern or apprentice. But yeah, I don't know exactly where to look. Remix actually loads the contents of the next page on the hover of a link. Yeah, I mean, this is where you get into more interesting server-side rendering type stuff, because it's technically server rendered, but it does smart things, and then it's also sometimes a single page application when it can be. So it's like the best of both worlds. But yeah. Yeah, I think I answered your question, Kovalin. Let me know. I'm 8 minutes behind on chat at this point. Yeah, I mean, and this is a good way to get into coding in general. Like, you watch a few tutorials to get the general ideas, and then you want to apply the knowledge that you've learned. And you do that by like picking a project that's interesting to you. Because once you're working on something that someone didn't ask you to create and you're not following a tutorial to create, that's really where the learning happens. And that's also how you test your knowledge, right? You're given some problem, which is the app you're trying to build, and then you're trying to use what you know and also learn new things to be able to get that done. And that's just what coding is like in the real world too, like even on the job. You use what you know to build the thing, but if you don't know something, you figure it out. Yeah. Would you say it's worth it to go to uni to get a bachelor's degree for computer science, or is 4 years of job experience better? If it is relevant job experience, I would say that's better. Because, and like, let's say you're a self-taught coder, and then you got a job in coding, you have to look at the opportunity cost, right? So how much is it going to cost for you to go to college? And that's 4 years of no income, and you're paying a college tuition, versus if you already know how to code and you can get a decent coding job making, I don't know, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year, you're actually making money over the 4 years, and you're getting better at it, meaning you can make even more money. So yeah, I would say it depends on your situation, but the opportunity cost of not spending all that money on tuition and just being in a job might be worth it. I would say if you're young, like if you're like just straight out of high school, to me, so I'll say from my personal experience, college helped me become a better human. Like, I learned how I had responsibility. Like, I had to wake myself up to go to class. I had to do my own laundry. I had to either cook my own meals or pay for my meals. Like, I had to learn how to exist. And if you're fresh out of high school, you're probably living with your parents. You probably don't have those life skills. So for me, college was really good for developing those life skills, not necessarily for learning how to code. So I think it depends. I think if you're already a working professional and you are learning to code on the side, I don't think it makes any sense to go back to college. So yeah. Do I think Svelte will grow? React is so overpowering, it discouraged me to learn anything. I do think Svelte will grow, and I do think Svelte will eventually overtake React, though it's going to take a while. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at like how fast how fast the page would, for a search engine to run the JavaScript. I don't know how fast it would time out. For the simple apps that I've built, seemed fine. But it varies. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that's another point to take into account. Like, server-side rendering and server-side generation is better for slower devices because all of that work is offloaded to the server. Whereas a single-page application or something running JavaScript, all of that is offloaded to the client. So if this page is running on a slower device, the page is going to load slower because it has to run all of that JavaScript. Whereas if it's just being server-side rendered, it has less work that it needs to do. So there are trade-offs for sure. Yeah. I agree, Acid Spark. You could spend 2 minutes farting around trying to remember the format, or 15 seconds searching it and being done in 30. And that's along the ideas of like, how much searching do you actually do on a daily basis as a professional developer? But yeah. It's true, Vulture Bike. It's cursed. The more you learn about tech, the more you understand how much you don't actually know. It's true. Yeah, but I've kind of just accepted that fact. Like, I know what I know, and I have a proven track record of using my skills to learn more things. And so pretty much if there's something that I want to learn, I can, for the most part, have confidence that I can learn it. And I just stay with the mentality that I learn things on demand. Like, I don't need to know everything. I need to know just enough to get my current task or my current job done. And then if I have free time, I might learn things that I could potentially use. Yeah. I need to work on my inflection because that sentence is done. All right. Goofer is saying, I always feel like I don't know enough yet, even though I know a lot more than I did 6 months ago. Yeah, like that's the thing. Especially like if you're going to a coding boot camp or you're self-taught, you can kind of get lost in how much you've learned and how much you've grown. But like especially for you, Goofer, if you go look back to what you were able to build 5 months ago versus what you can build now, like you've learned a ton. Like yeah. So you just got to put it in perspective. And Tactical Spartix is saying, imposter syndrome is real most days for me. I started a new job in March and everyone tells me I'm doing awesome, but most days I feel like I'm lost in the new tech. It's real, and a lot of people deal with it. Yeah. I think people tend to glorify web dev as writing an app from ground up, but honestly, most of it is fixing or adding new features or investigation. Like, that's what most job requirements are, is like, you don't have to build things from scratch. You're just maintaining what already exists. So, yeah, I mean, in a lot of the tutorials you see online for web dev and stuff like that are building applications from scratch. But in the real world, you typically don't have to do that. What is hydration in regards to server-side rendering? It has to do with how Next.js does server-side rendering, or in Next.js. But it's how it does server-side rendering after the page is already loaded. So the first page load is server-side rendered. But let's say you have multiple pages and you're going to navigate to a separate page. That actually would just be a JavaScript request that loads the content, and then JavaScript dynamically updates the page. So it's a combination of like the first render is server-side rendered, and then subsequent page visits in the same session actually aren't server-side rendered. They're just loaded using JavaScript. And hydration just means like embedding the data in the response for that page request. I would fail an interview at my current job, at my current position. That's funny to think about, that like you have the job, but the way they're interviewing people coming in, they're interviewing them with things that you don't necessarily know how to do, if that's how their interview process works anyways. My first job had me reverse engineer one of their programs in a language I've never seen before. And while it was hard, it wasn't impossible once you learn design patterns and basic algorithms. Yeah, I mean, like for me, that's how I learned a lot about code structure and architecture. Is my very first job, I was thrown into a massive code base. And then I just spent my first few months there learning the code base and like learning how things interacted, and really just understanding this massive app. And then that experience, which was at this point like 13, 14 years ago, I mean, that has influenced a ton of what I've done since then, because it's where I basically learned about design patterns and architecture by basically just diving into the code. And there's no real replacement for that. Like, you could read 100 books and still never really know how it all works and the concepts that they're talking about. You gotta do it. You gotta be exposed to it. Yeah. So A Fallen Hope is saying, as someone who suffers from imposter syndrome, I don't think I deserve the position I'm in now. And then on day 3 of the new job, I help contribute 2 tickets. But I mean, if you have a good support system, that's great too. But I mean, look at that though. Like it's like it's cognitive dissonance. So like what your brain is thinking is not what is actually happening, because if you contributed to 2 tickets on day 3, then that means you probably deserve to be there. But your brain is telling you that you don't. So, yeah. Savage is saying, I spent my college years teaching myself anyways. Don't waste the money. I mean, the thing is, I feel the same way, but I don't think it was wasted money. Mainly because like I said, I learned how to be a human. Most of what I learned from my computer science degree is not directly applicable to the kind of code that I write today. But I have the degree, and like the degree helps me get jobs that I've gotten. But most of the reason I'm hired for any job that I would apply for is because of my experience and my capabilities rather than my college degree. I don't know. It's a case. You can take it on a case-by-case basis. I was first self-taught, then went to university, and except of perseverance, it didn't add anything to my coding skill. So like that's another case study. Like you already know how to code, you go to university anyways, and then it doesn't help you at all. But yeah, it depends. The hard part is getting relevant job experience without a degree, right? Because a lot of companies, their HR system is set up in a way where they can't even hire someone unless they have a degree. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a relevant degree. They just need to have a degree. And their HR system wouldn't even let you hire or load in an employee unless they had that degree. Yeah. Sloth Farm says, computer science at university, college to me, is different to wanting to just code, in my opinion. You're going to learn much more than coding, which, like CJ says, also the experience as a whole. Yeah, and I would say, like, my computer science degree definitely, like, learning the theory of how programming languages work, how compilers work, how networks work, how computers work and computer architecture, like, learning all of that stuff was super interesting, but it's not directly applicable to what I do today. However, there are times when I might be wondering, oh, how does that work? Like in terms of like a web service or a new library or framework I'm using, I might think to myself, how does that work? And because I have that underlying theory, it's easier for me to think through how something would be possible. And I could understand someone that doesn't have that background, how it would be harder for them to deduce how something might work or how it might be possible if they don't have that theory background. But it's still not necessary or completely required. Do I think something like a degree or master's will be required for like a CTO or CEO? It really depends, because I mean, you might know somebody that has a startup and they might really like you and you might be really good at what you do. You don't have a degree, you could still get that position as a CTO or CEO. But yeah, I don't know. Yep. Crafty Becky is saying, that's my favorite part, continuing to learn things. It's a journey. Like most people a lot of people will get into programming and not realize that you don't just learn a set of things and then you use that for the rest of your life. Things are constantly changing, and you constantly have to learn new things. But that's just a part of the... that's what comes with the job of programming. Alongside actually making things, yeah. Still need to get my resume done and portfolio done so I can start applying, yeah. It was Lambda School that got into trouble, not Odin Project. Okay. Yeah, Lambda School, they're not free, are they? But that's pretty cool that their website doesn't even show up in the top results. Lambda School has really bad search engine optimization. Let's see if we look on Google. Oh, they changed their name. That's why. It's the Bloom Institute of Technology. It's still not listed on DuckDuckGo, though. They changed their name because they got in so much trouble. Interesting. Yeah, the She-Boss says, at university, you learn some things, but I'm not sure how much it actually helps you on the job. I had classes like theory of automata, assembly language. Most of these things are cool. They don't come at all in any of the jobs I've had. Yeah, same thing. I don't think I had a specific assembly language course, but I did have a systems... Was it? No, I think systems programming. I learned like C and C++. And then in my programming languages course, I learned about finite state automata in like state machines, because that got into the theory of like how programming languages work and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not directly applicable to the day-to-day job. And Jifferam, thank you for the sub. I don't know if I saw that earlier, but Stady, thank you for the 5 gifted. Maybe I did. I need to take a break. Everything is possible to learn until you open the AWS panel. There's a lot there. Yeah. So you have your own take on Netflix with Plex. How do you do it? Hey, that looks like it's dangerous, just loading random images. Interesting. Okay, I need to stretch. I need to take a break. Let me catch up on chat. No new messages past here. When I reach that message, I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, that's a good one-liner definition of hydration. The back end fills the front end state. Yeah. Yeah. And Ziggy Dot is mentioning they got paid more due to their degree. So yeah, that's the other thing to weigh is, depending on what degree you have, you might be, and depending on what company you apply to, that's funny, Asset Spark. It is technically a new message, but depending on the company you apply to, they might have different pay scale based on what degree you have. Like if you have a master's or a PhD, you might automatically get a higher salary, depending on the company you work at. But yeah. Yeah, and so the She-Boss is mentioning for legacy code bases, I would start by reviewing the integration tests. The first app that I worked on didn't have integration tests or unit tests. And honestly, maybe that's why I don't like tests that much these days. I mean, I know when I really need tests, and I've written tests, but I've never... it hasn't always been a go-to that every app I write has a bunch of tests in it. So I kind of just had to learn by following the source code. But if the code base does have tests, that is a really good way to get up to speed. And thank you, Kiss My Pixels. Yeah, Mikis is saying that imposter syndrome gets better. Day after day, it gets better. Beeple is saying, the best advice I got was the second you step on campus, you're 2 years behind. It's up to you to leverage college to catch up. Interesting. Yeah. I think a Twitch message can be 500 characters. What's up, Extavila? It's been a long time. Thank you for dropping in. Yeah. Our integration test is a guy named Steve that yells at you if your code fails. I mean, yeah. One computer guy has a good comment. So that's the thing. Universities are still teaching languages and code paradigms that were relevant 10 to 15 years ago. That's useless now with newer languages, and you end up far behind on the curve. Yeah. But you can put bachelor's degree on your resume. I think that's the main thing. But I think overall, like, the system is broken, right? It's definitely broken. Andre Sniper is saying, I'm still in college, but I'm actually pretty scared about getting a job since I've started coding in college and I'm not some kind of kid prodigy that dreams code. I mean, I learned like basic web dev. Very basic. Like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is This was like before front-end frameworks. That's pretty much all I knew before I got into college. And then I learned in college and then went on from there. So yeah, you don't have to be a kid prodigy. You don't have to be like a rock star coder. Like, with your degree, as long as you have like decent grades and you're a decent person, you'll be able to find a job. Yeah. What's up, Sledge Dog? We had a lot planned for today, but we've just been talking a ton. The next thing I need to do is update my frequently asked questions. Actually, I guess I'll update my overlay, but I am going to answer a question on Vox. So answering this question on Vox, there'll be a little bit of code. The question is about function declarations versus function expressions. And also like arrow functions versus functions. So I'm going to answer that, but I got to take a break first. And I'm sorry, SF Mazon, I keep saying I'm going to answer it. I will before the end of the day, but I got to take a break first. Well, I won't take a look at right now, Stony Eagle. Thanks, though. Yeah. Yeah, so Kleister is saying, I've been coding as a hobby since early 2018, and I will finish high school in a year. Uni is free here in Finland, so I probably just go for the degree. Even if I don't learn anything useful, I'll still get that better paying job because of the piece of paper. It's true. And that's what I would recommend. If you came up to me and you're like just graduating high school, I would recommend that you go to college, even if you already know how to code. Again, it's a situation by situation, but at the end of the day, like, having that degree is going to help you. But it's different for somebody that, let's say, already is a professional out in the real world and they want to switch careers. I don't think it's worth getting a computer science degree if you're switching careers. Yeah. That's good to hear, Tessitura. Yeah. Okay. We made it. We caught up. Why do you use the function keyword over an arrow function? Yeah. So I'll answer that. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're asking. Basically, if I'm just defining a function, I use the function keyword. Like this. This is the code for the videos website. I have a function, show videos. I have a function, create video element. But why didn't I define this like this? You might be wondering, why did I do the other one? Stay tuned. I'll answer the question. All right, that's it. So I can't read any more messages here. I've declared chat bankruptcy. Shout out to our friend Clarkio, who came up with the term chat bankruptcy. I don't know if they came up with it. It's who I heard it from. But I am going to take a break. And then when I come back, we're going to answer this question. Why do I, in a lot of my code, declare functions like this instead of like this? When do you use one over the other? That's what I'm going to answer. I'll leave you with the video while I'm gone. Oh, I need to find the video first. Though, I might actually have... Yeah, I mean, as Afmazon mentioned, I have a video on function declarations versus expression. Coding, garden. Function, just functions. Excuse me. Let's watch this video. We're not gonna. I mean, it's 2 hours long. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm gonna pick a 10-minute section in here. Cool. Today we're setting aside some time for the beginning. Two things together. Simple, function, definite. Are you ready? Okay, I'll be back in roughly 10 minutes. And when I come back, we're going to talk about JavaScript functions. Okay, see ya. I'm ready. We'll take breaks between each of these points, and I'll maybe try to turn this into a YouTube video. So, hello friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this video, we're going to be talking all about JavaScript functions. Now, this is very much focused on beginner function topics. We have some bullet points here to maybe get to things like closures and call, apply, and bind, and maybe even async functions. But for the most part, we're going to be talking about the basics of functions. And our first point here is to differentiate between function declarations and function definitions. So let's do it. We'll create a file, declarations versus definitions, and away we go. So if you're new to JavaScript and you've never written a function before, I'll show you how to do that now. So we're gonna, I guess we'll just use like the function add as an example because most people know how to add. So let's say we define a function called add. It takes in a few parameters like a and b, and then this function just adds those two things together. Simple enough, right? Easy. If we want to use it, we can invoke it. Let's say we want to add 2 and 2. We should get back 4. Let's see what we get back. We get back 4. So all is right with the world. This function works. Now, on the topic of declarations versus definitions, what you're looking at right now, function, like the function keyword, function name, this is a function definition. And I paused because I always confuse the two, but I'll tell you how I can differentiate them in a second. So this is a function definition. If you define a function with the function keyword, this is a function definition. Now, let's differentiate that with a function declaration. And the reason I remember it as a declaration is because you declare variables. So just like you declare variables, when you write a function like this, if you say add equals a function, it does the same thing. I'm gonna go ahead and use var just so my code doesn't break, but we'll talk about that later. Now, this is a function declaration. Let's take a quick stretch, or expression. Same thing as a declaration. Yeah. Function. Yeah, you can call this an expression as well. Typically you hear people talk about the difference between definitions and declarations. Okay, so you can see there's a subtle difference here, right? So in this case, we define the function with the function keyword. There's no var letter const. This function is just now a thing that we can use. You might see people define functions like this as well, where you have a variable and then you put a function inside of that variable. Now, as you can see on line 12, the code still works the same way. Like if I get rid of this function, the code still runs. The answer is still 4. For this specific scenario, there's no major difference between the two. Where the major difference comes in is with hoisting, which we'll talk about next. But it is important for you to know the difference between the two. So with this, we've defined a function, and with this, we've declared a function. And like I said, the way I remember it is you declare variables. And so since we're declaring a variable, this is a function declaration. Yeah, and we are going to talk about arrow functions later, like more in depth and like what's involved with them. But typically these days, you actually won't even see it written like this. You'll see it written like this with an arrow function. And this could just be like that. But I mean, again, this works exactly the same way as these others, but these two are these are both declarations, right? Because I'm putting a function into a variable. This is the shorthand way. Let's just be verbose and write it similarly so you can see how similar these are. This uses the function keyword. This uses arrow functions, but both of these are function declarations or function expressions. Okay, we've differentiated between the two. Next, we're going to talk about why it matters. We're going to talk about hoisting. But before we move on, what questions do you have about the difference between the two? Yeah. This actually, I wouldn't call this a function declaration. Yeah, this is actually a good thing to bring up because we are invoking the function on the right-hand side. So because we're invoking it, it's not a declaration. That's actually just an expression that will be resolved to the return value of the function. Yeah. And that's good to hear, Michael Denmark. You're finally grasping JavaScript. Started on second semester. You finally got it. Just learned about async await. Nice. 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 Why use one over the other? Yeah, so that gets into like hoisting and why it matters. So let's do it. Let's talk about hoisting. So this is it. If you've taken anything away from this stream, just know that these are two different ways to define a function. With arrow functions, there's more nuances of how you could do it, but the main difference is the function keyword comes first. That's a definition. If you're putting a function in a variable, that's a declaration. All right. Let's talk about hoisting. And really, this is going to tell us why this matters, why the difference between the two matters. JS is fun. I like it. All right, we're going to start with a similar code example. And for now, I'm actually not going to use arrow functions. Just to avoid confusion, we are just going to use the function keyword. Later on, we'll talk about arrow functions. But for now, we're just going to do this. OK. Let's show an example with the function keyword. OK, so you're a JavaScript developer. You've written a function. Great. Now, we need to actually invoke this function. I think we have that on here. Let's talk about this before we talk about hoist. Like, it's just, yeah. So if you're totally new to all of this, sure, we've got a function. How do we use it? Well, you saw me do it a second ago. I've defined the function here. And now if I want to actually use it, I need to invoke it. And the way you invoke it is by putting the function name, parentheses, and then you pass in any values. Here, these are arguments. You pass in any arguments that will then be turned into these variables up here. So if I add 2 and 2, when this code runs, it's actually going to run the code in the function, and it's going to A is going to be 2 and B is going to be 2. Right now we see no output. I guess I could start out Quokka if it's not started. But the reason we're not seeing any output is because we're just calling the function and getting the value back, but we're not doing anything with that value. What you saw me do a second ago was to log the value. So invoke it, that gives us back the value, and then we're actually logging that value out. Another way to do this would be to put the result of the function into a variable. So if I say like result equals add with 2 and 2, now this function gets invoked. 2 plus 2 is 4, 2 gets returned, and then 2 gets stored into our result. 4 gets returned, and then 4 is stored in our result variable. And then at this point, if we log result, we get the value 4. So I realize if you're totally new to all of this stuff, I am glossing over a lot of the details of like return values and stuff like that. But this is important to note that unless we actually do something with the result, we're not going to get anything. This runs the code in the function, but if we don't store it anywhere, nothing happens. Okay, let's see what all the other people are saying. You got rejected for using async await on a custom function. Well, was it necessary for the async await? Yeah. Use that when you're not sure what the value will be up front, right? Not sure what you mean by that. Can you clarify? How do you get the return values to show up like that? Yeah. I'm using this tool called Quokka. It's really nice. Check it out. What if I don't use the return keyword and I just store the AB inside another variable on the function definition? That gets into scope. Yeah. So like, what if you just did? I mean, we're going to talk about this. These like it's all related. But like, what if I just say result equals that? And okay, now I've invoked the function, so the code has run. Do I have access to result right here? And the answer is no, because of scope. So any variables defined inside of a function are not accessible outside of that function. We'll talk more about that later, but for now, just use the return keyword. Okay, let's talk about hoisting. So as you can see, I can call this function here, and I get back the result. It works just fine. But think about this. What if I took this line of code and I put it before the function definition, right? What if I put it here? It still works. And the reason it still works is because of hoisting. So whenever your code is run by the JavaScript engine, the JavaScript engine will do an initial pass of your code. And any function definitions, any variable declarations will all be hoisted to the top of the file. So the way you can think about it is like this. Even though I write my code like this, when the code is run, it's essentially turning the code into this. So that way, on line 5, the add function was defined before it. Your code isn't modified. Your code still looks like this, but behind the scenes, when it's actually running your code, that's essentially what happens, is it moves it to the top so that any references to it make sense below that. So that's the basics of hoisting. If you have a function definition, it is going to be hoisted to the top of the scope. So when the code runs, that thing gets moved to the top. Great. And that's very convenient, right? Because we can write code like this. We can, on line 1, we can reference that function even though it's not defined until line 3. That's because of hoisting. So I'll just say this function will be hoisted to the top of the scope at runtime. Great. Now, let's talk about function declarations because there is a difference here. Hello? Hello? Hey, everyone. It's your friendly neighborhood CJ. I'm back. And I've paused the video at the right time. We're about to talk about how function declarations get hoisted. And this is very relevant to the question that was being asked about why would I use functions over an arrow function. Just a second. Test. Okay. Hello. It's current day CJ. What you were just watching was a video while I took a break. But now, let's dig into it. And we'll take a quick stretch before we get back into it. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a couple of people complain about the ads today. I don't have any control over it. I mean, I technically do have control over it, but the control I have is to show you more ads. So, yeah. All right, let's answer some questions. So, Asaf Mazan asked this question. Hey, CJ. I was looking at you coding, and I noticed that you tend to use function declarations rather than function expressions. I've looked at some large projects like Svelte, Vue, and so many other, and I've seen in most cases they will use function declarations. My question is there an opinion on why to use what? And what's the reason you're writing code that way? Is it easier to read, or do you have a set of rules? For example, I'll use a function expression when I don't. And the answer is it really comes down to hoisting. So in that video, I started talking about what was going to happen if we declared a function as an expression rather than a declaration. And let me show that. Create a new directory. Oh yeah, I mean, and that is another point. Like, technically, if you subscribe to my channel, you won't see ads, but you might not be able to afford it, and that's okay. All right, so the example I was showing was add with A and B. This returns A plus B. And then we can actually call this function here, but we can also call it here because of hoisting. Now, what happens if instead of a function declaration, I use a function exploration? So I'll say add is equal to this. So let's say I define it like this. Will this code work? Yes or no in the chat. Will I get an error? What error will I get if I get an error? Will I not get an error? Will something log out? What will happen when I run this code? Yeah, I mean well actually the error you'll get is undefined is not a function, or add is undefined. Undefined. Let's run it. Yeah, what version of Node are you using? Then the error depends. Oh, that's another one. So it actually, the error changes based on if you're using var or const, but this is the error I was expecting. Add is not a function. Well, actually, and that's because of hoisting. So I write my code like this, but when JavaScript runs the code, it's going to take all variable declarations, whether or not it's a function or a number or whatever you're setting it to. Regardless of it, it's going to take all of those declarations, move them to the top of the file, and then anywhere else in the file just becomes the assignment. So when JavaScript runs the code, this is what actually happens. So now add is technically available, but it's undefined because there's nothing inside of it. So that's why we get the error add is not a function. And then the code breaks. So right. And then let's talk about why we get, well, even const technically hoists it, but there's this thing called the temporal dead zone. I say it like that because, like, I'm pretty sure Kyle Simpson just made it up. I don't know if there's anything in the ECMAScript spec that talks about the temporal dead zone, but that is why these days we use const or let, because const won't even let you use a variable before it was defined. So it's technically hoisted so that it's in scope, but it cannot be used until the actual initialization on line 7, which is why instead of getting the error add is not a function, we get the error cannot access add before initialization. Like, that's a benefit of let and const, is that they prevent you from using it before it's actually declared. So to Asaf Mazan's question, why do I always write my functions like this instead of like this? That's pretty much why, is because of this whole hoisting headache. So, like, if I define my function like this, I don't have to worry about possible hoisting errors. Things are just going to work. Now, that said, if you write your code in the right way and in the right order, you could still define your functions this way. Like, if I know that I'm never going to call this function until after it, I could use this syntax. But that's why I prefer, and why other code bases prefer to use the function keyword, because it can be accessed before it's defined. And this is not specific to arrow functions, because you run into the exact same issue even if you use the function keyword here. So, like, the issue is the same regardless of how you declared it. The fact that it's a variable that's going to be hoisted or not accessible if you're using const or let is the reason why we wouldn't use that up front. Now, my general rule of thumb is, like, I'm pretty much only using arrow functions when I'm dealing with anonymous functions. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. We don't have to write this with the return statement. We could write it like this, but like that. But regardless, I mean, it's shorter, but you're still going to run into the hoisting or the not able to access it issue. Pretty much my rule of thumb is the only time in my code base that I'm using arrow functions is when they're anonymous, when I need to kind of define a function in line and I'm not going to call it by name. If I need to call a function by name, I'll use a function declaration, not a function expression. So I think that answers your question, Asaf Mazan. Like, why would I use one over the other? And that's pretty much my rule of thumb, and it's a coding style, really. Because you might run into some code bases where they're like, oh, we don't like the function keyword. We want to use arrow functions everywhere. But you have the added issue that these functions can't be accessed above where they're defined. Now, if you're in modern JavaScript, you're probably defining these functions in one file and then importing them into some other file. And then you definitely wouldn't run into the hoisting issue there because they're not used in the file that they're defined in. They're exported and used elsewhere. So you might see someone, if they're in like modern JavaScript, say like export const add, export const subtract, and that's okay because if those functions don't depend on each other and they're not calling each other, they're just imported elsewhere. You don't even have to worry about the hoisting issue. But that's the main reason you're gonna see this everywhere. It's like, use that. And then, like I said, rule of thumb, if you need to call a function by name, use a function declaration. If you're defining a function inline, like as a callback, or you're passing it to a higher order method like reduce or filter, then you would use an anonymous function, and typically an arrow function. Yeah. Stassley says, I feel more prepared for the interview now. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Cool. All right. So that's that. Hopefully you appreciated that answer. Yeah. And Yap is asking, what is an anonymous function? Let's show an example. So, anonymous, just means a function that does not have a name. So, for instance, if I say, const add is a function, or actually just say answer. Const answer is a function that, we'll get there, that returns the value 42. Okay. And actually, I want this to be more, well, I can't reassign it now. Let's refresh the page. So, const answer is a function that has a debugger statement. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Can I do this? Const answer is a function that returns the value 42. And you'll see that I put this debugger statement in there. I do believe that when I invoke this function, in the debugger, we're just going to see anonymous function. So if we look at the call stack here, it's actually not the case anymore. So it used to be that an anonymous function. So the part on the right hand side is the function. That's the function. The left hand side is just the variable name. And it used to be that if you defined a function like this in the call stack, it would just say anonymous. But JavaScript engines have gotten smarter, and now instead of just saying anonymous, it actually does include the variable name. But anonymous is a function without a name. And like each one of these is an anonymous function that's stored into a variable. So this thing is a function without a name that we then store into the variable add. Same thing here. It's a function without a name that we then store into the variable add. This is not anonymous because it has a name. You technically could do this with the function keyword and not make it anonymous. So like my add function. And now this isn't anonymous. It has a name, but we're still just storing that function into the variable add. So yeah, an anonymous function is a function without a name. And it used to be, like I was showing, that in the dev tools, anonymous functions wouldn't actually show their name, but now apparently they do. All right, I was going to answer Bob's question I don't know if Bob is still even. Are you still here, Bob? Oh, yeah. Stoic Turtle has a great point. There are more implications here than I'm talking about. Because if we're talking about scope, these two examples actually behave differently. And the arrow function has lexical scoping, meaning the scope inside of the function is the same as the scope outside of the function. Whereas with the function keyword, this actually creates a new scope. So inside of this function, it's a new or different scope than the scope outside of the function. Yeah. If you need to call a function in a loop, will this choice have any impact on performance or memory? I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to write a benchmark to test it. Bob's not here, so I'm not even going to talk about why do we need ORMs. Just know that without ORMs, we're writing a lot more code. Like the code is messier. No, I mean, messier is relative. In the example of using a SQL database like MySQL or Postgres or Microsoft SQL Server, SQL code gets tricky and complex when you're dealing with multiple tables and multiple relationships and joins and things like that. So your SQL code that you write is going to get very complex depending on how complex your data is. ORMs make it so that instead of having to write that complex SQL, we can just write object-oriented code that we're used to that gets converted into that SQL behind the scenes. So that's the main reason we have an object relational mapper, is it just makes our lives as developers easier. So yeah, that's my answer to that. Bob can go watch the clip. All right, I'm not going to answer any more questions from here today just because I got more stuff that I need to work on. And the next thing we're going to work on is updating the frequently asked questions here. Oh yeah, actually we'll write some code. We'll update my overlay to use text-to-speech for donations $5 or more. Let's look up speech synthesis on Mozilla Developer Network. This thing. This lets you do text-to-speech just built into the web browser. And my alerts overlay is just running as a web page, so I have access to this. But what I wanted to see is how do we get, like, what voices are supported? And actually, it's running on my Windows computer, so it's going to be slightly different. Let me see. I'm going to run this little piece of code over here on Windows to see what voices it has access to. We have Microsoft David, Microsoft Mark, and Microsoft Zyra. Let's try them all. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the code where that is, which is stream overlay alerts. I'm going to hide my screen just in case any API keys are exposed. Meep. What's up, Rilla? Thanks for dropping in. All right. Well, that's a good idea, Mark. I mean, I think technically the frequently asked questions. Oh, there's some water. The frequently asked questions page has the links to a lot of the software that I use. But maybe I should make a dedicated section for that. Okay. This little piece of JavaScript is actually what is running my overlay that shows alerts. So I'm just going to write some code right here that says a thing so we can hear it and choose our voice. So what we want is window.speechSynthesis. We'll say get voices. And then for each one, actually, let's do a, we're going to do some fancy stuff here. We're going to do a reduce. Good evening, Finder the Icewing. Welcome in. So this is going to give us each individual voice. We're going to make this an async method so that it waits on the previous one. It's going to start off with a resolved promise. And then we want to say, we want to create an utterance. Hello, friends. Cool. We'll say utter this dot voice equals this specific voice. And then I'm hoping that speak returns a promise. It returns void. Is there any way to know when it's done? I'm just gonna wait 2 seconds then. Good night, Mart. Hello. So wait 2 seconds and then say the next thing. All right, I'm going to save this file. It should auto refresh on my Stream PC. And then it's just going to go through every voice, say the voice name, hello friends, wait 2 seconds, and then do the next one. I can't hear it. Oh. It's not speak. You can't hear it, can you? Okay. We might just have to test it locally. So I'm making it so that donations and bits will use text to speech. I know we should So I think it might not be playing because there's no user interaction on the page. So I'm just going to make it so that when I click the page, do the thing. The audio should be turned on because it plays, what do you call it? Notification sounds, and we have been hearing them.
Alex, hello friends.
Alice, hello friends.
Alva, hello friends. Amelie, hello friends.
Anna, hello friends.
Kermit, hello friends.
Damayanti, hello friends.
Daniel, hello friends.
Diego, hello friends.
Elle, hello friends.
Fiona, hello friends.
Fred, hello friends.
Ioana, hello friends.
Joana, hello friends.
Jorge, hello friends.
Juan, hello friends.
Kanaya.
Okay, so that works. But I need to get it working over here.
Microsoft David, English, United States, hello friends.
Microsoft Mark, English, United States, hello friends.
Microsoft Zira, English, United States, hello friends.
Oh, so that's all we have. We only have those three voices. So it's either David, Mark, or Zira.
Microsoft David, English, United States, hello friends.
Microsoft Mark, English, United States, hello friends.
Microsoft Zira, English, United States, hello friends.
Okay. Microsoft Mark. Mark, that's you. All right, so I have the voice. So I'm going to say chosen voice equals window.speechsynthesis.getVoices.find where the voice.name is equal to that. And I'm going to put this in a separate variable. All voices. It's equal to that. Cool. And so find the voice that has the name Microsoft Mark. And then if you didn't find it, then just use the first available voice. Cool. So now we have the chosen voice. We're going to need to do this business whenever we need to speak. Will the voice get a name, or will we refer to it as Mark? Or we just call it Mark. It's Mark. See you later, Mart. Thanks, Mart, not Mark. Mart, thanks for hanging out. Okay, so we have the voice that we want. Now, whenever we get a Streamlabs donation, we want to speak it out. Though, oh, message.message. Okay, I see. And then whenever we get a cheer event or bits event, so what I'm thinking about right now is I don't want the voice to speak HTML. I want it to speak the message as it was sent. So it'll like read out emote names and stuff like that. So in that case, I think I'll just add another property. Yeah, so this function runs through the queue. So basically, if there are multiple events, it only does one at a time. And appends it to the speech bubble, plays the alert sound. And I'll do something like if item.tts. We'll add that property. And we can do this. Set the chosen voice, speak it. So now, anytime an event has TTS on it, we'll read it. And so I'll just add that for Streamlabs donations. So right here, we'll say TTS is message.message. Cool. And then whenever a cheer or bits happens, quick stretch. Where are the bits? Here it is. So we're already parsing the message and everything, but I just want the unparsed message. So right here I can say TTS is let's put it in a variable original message. And then that goes there. Okay. That should be fine. Now, in order to test it, we're going to do this, where at least just to test it, subs and VIPs and moderators can just say things, and it should speak it out loud. I think. Okay, someone say something. It's not working. Mm-mm. Yeah, I mean, you can see that thing popping up over there. That is, we used to have that where anytime, like, the first message a sub said in the chat, it would pop up. But it's a bit too much, so I stopped enabling it. It shouldn't need page interaction because it is a it's a OBS overlay, and they remove that requirement. Thank you for the resub, Mikus. I'm going to do it. I'll just try doing it manually when a message is sent from anyone. Let's see. All right. First person to say something, it should try to read it out.
Hello, Father Peepo. Hey. Hey. Coding TP. Oh God. Meep. Speech Wello, World. Coding first try. Pog. Well, hello there. Ha 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 ha. Hi, Dad. Oh, number 777. Howdy, fellow coders. That's fun. Ha ha ha. Definitely not LLL. Hey Ma, I'm alive. Meow meow meow. Kappa.
Kappa.
Sarop D. Arable. 1337. Look behind you. Oh. This
right.
is awkward. I'm Mark.
Yeah, it should have stopped by now. And that's kind of amazing that I just enabled that and no one trolled. No one sent bad words. I appreciate you all. Thank you for being a nice, wholesome community. Oh, hi, Mark. I don't really have another way to test it. Like, if anybody wants to give me some bits, and actually, let me just confirm. Yeah, I think I want to do this. Like, if the bits amount is 500 or more, so if bits amount is greater than 500, then that. Otherwise, cool. And then I need to do the same thing for donos. So any dono over $5 plays the sound. Well, oh yeah, I could test it with Streamlabs for sure. Let me do that. Test bits. That's what I'm saying, Alex. Like, just give me money. We can test it. It didn't work. How to donation? Oh, because I need to test donation.
This is a test donation for $41.
Wow, it worked.
This is a test donation for $72.
Cool. Cool. However, I do want to know what the amount is like. Let me do this. Event data. And then go back here. Test the donation.
This is a test donation for $5.
Why didn't it log it?
This is a test donation
This is
for
a test
$14.
donation for $14.
All right. Message at 0. Amount. Okay, so I can just do if amount is greater than or equal to 5. Cool. All right, I think that's it.
This is a test donation for $97.
And what's up, Janeki? Yeah, I'm streaming full time now. I got other stuff going on, but like I'm working on a course. There's a lot of administrative items that I need to do. It was doubled because I had it open on my laptop at the same time. I fixed that though. Cool. So if you donate $5 or more, or give 500 bits or more, it'll read it out. It'll read it out. Whatever you say. Yeah, it's working now. I'm assuming it's working. Excuse me. Oh, thank you, Janeki. Cool. All right. It's broken. Sorry, Eddie. Thank you for the bits, though. Well, okay. Let me. I can look into it. I guess there. No, I mean the thing is, I will read your message. It doesn't have to be text to speech. I'll read it. Yeah, so I was testing donations, which come from Streamlabs, but bits come from Twitch. And I think that's the issue, is what's happening with the bits. Though, where's the bits? What's up, Alka? We're trying to give text-to-speech to bits donations of 500 or more. But apparently... Wait, is it not a cheer? Isn't a cheer bits? Stream Elements can test bits, but I would have to tap into the bits event instead of tapping into the TMI.js cheer event. You can call your cheer callback function with test data. You're not wrong. But I guess I think I might just be messing up the channel, user state, hello world. Oh, you know what? It could be running into an issue with the emotes. Yeah, look at that. I'm trying to get... wait, Helix is not the latest one, right? Or is it? Is Helix the latest? Or is Kraken the latest? Helix is the current one. Okay. All right, so we get all the cheer motes. That's fun. Don't I request like my channel specific cheer motes? Or are those included in the message? have to add a query string param. Oh, I guess I am doing that. Channel broadcaster ID. So it should give me back like the yerba cheer motes. Coding cheer is in there? Yes, it is. Cool. Cool. All that's there. At least they're getting loaded up. And then does this exist? Does it have a separate parse emotes function? Am I loading it? I'm loading parse emotes before I load app. Acid Spark, I think that had to do with donations, not bits. That was this part up here. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think it's just something going wrong with my emote replacing. Does anyone remember the name of that service that lets you test TMI.js, but with a different server? Fidget. I'm gonna try that. It's really the easiest way. Just because I don't know how to directly replicate or to test the function. All right, getting started. I have a client. Is that really all I need? Okay, let's try it. I'm gonna pull this into a function. And then we just pass on cheer there. Yep. But to test it, now I can just call it from the console. That's an issue. Can't access property replace parsed message is undefined.
WOW.
I think that was the issue. And then, yeah, now if we do it with, like what Alka is suggesting, should see.
Coding cheer 500. Hello, world.
Cool. That was it. That was the fix. Okay, so now if you want to give me money, it should work. Sorry, and then let me read Eddie's message because he sent money a little bit ago. Yeah, thanks to Eddie, who said 1 beer, 2 beers, -1 beers, ABC beers, undefined beers. Thank you very much, Eddie. And tacos are my food. Thank you for that sub. Still need to remove the coding cheer? What do you mean? Like in my code, I explicitly said that? Oh, I don't want to. No, yeah, I don't want to remove it. That wasn't the issue. No. I was just. The issue was the TTS wasn't playing at all, and that's because it had an issue parsing the emotes. It's totally fine if it TTS is the emote name. I'm okay with that. So it's not resub messages. It's just donations of $5 or more, or bits of 500 or more. Yeah. Cool. I need to clean some console. They're fine. They're fine for now. All right, I'm going to take another quick break. But when I come back, let's see what I'm going to work on. I think I mainly want to think about my videos site redesign. Let's see what's on the to-do list. Oh yeah, I can talk about community contributions. Oh yeah, and we need to update the frequently asked questions. There's a lot we need to do, but I have been live for a long time. Okay, let me talk about community contributions right now, and then I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to work on updating the frequently asked questions when I come back. Yes, so the idea with community contributions is this is a GitHub repo where you can submit a pull request that includes timestamps for one of my really long YouTube videos. Now, it's a lot of work. Obviously, only do it if you have the free time to do it. But the idea is you could do something like this. So the way this repo is laid out is you create a file with the name of the YouTube video ID. And Trash Dev, welcome in. Nice. Thanks for the raid. Shout out Trash Dev. What were you working on? TypeScript is hard. That's funny. Hey, no worries, Trash Dev. You have a good one. And yeah, everyone definitely check them out. Drop a follow. Welcome in, Raiders. You have arrived at the Coding Garden. We're just doing some very meta channel related stuff today. We just updated my overlay to do text to speech. So when this happens.
This is a test donation for $49.
Now it speaks it out loud. So that's working. And right now I'm talking about community contributions because I have a YouTube channel where, for the most part, up until now, it's just been live stream VODs. And the videos are really long because they're live streams. And it can be hard for people to find various content because they are so long. So what I like to do and what I have done on some of the videos is to put timestamps, because then that also creates chapters in the video. I actually don't know which of these have timestamps and which ones don't. But let's see. Yeah, like this one. This one does have it. So I might have created these myself. But you can see in the YouTube description, it has timestamps to various parts of the video. And so when you're searching on YouTube, you can actually, it'll match against these chapters, which will help people find places in the video. And then also new people coming along that don't want to watch a 4-hour video can just directly click on the spot that they want to know more about. And so this community contributions repo allows people to submit timestamps for videos. Yeah, and so basically we need to build out these outlines and timestamps so that eventually I can have a website where when you search for a question, it can match it against one of those timestamps and then take you to the exact spot in the video where I'm answering that specific question. So the ask for you all community members that want to contribute is you can make a pull request on this repo with a file that has the name of the YouTube ID. So for example, this YouTube video has this ID right here. So if it didn't have timestamps, you could create a new file with that name. And then inside of the file, just write out your timestamps in this format. And that way I can just copy and paste them into a video. I would say the place to start is this Q&A and morning tea playlist, because this is 48 live streams where most of them don't have timestamps. So if you've got some spare time and you want to contribute to the coding garden, click on one of these videos and then start writing some timestamps and then make a pull request. Yeah. Eventually, I want there to be some sort of incentive, like you get coding garden points or something like that for helping out, and those could then be used to, I don't know, redeem a code review or something like that, similar to how we have channel points. But in the meantime, it's really just out of the goodness of your heart. Or if you happen to find yourself watching one of these videos, while you're watching it, you could spend the time creating some timestamps, and that would help out. Cool. So I mentioned that. I'm going to take a quick break, and then when I come back, we're going to update the frequently asked questions. Maybe I can add empty files. So, yeah, I mean, that's one thing I need to do. I'll do that off stream, but basically I can create issues for all of the videos that need timestamps. I think I had done that at one point, but there were, maybe I recreated the repo. But that would be good as well. So that way, if you're going to work on a specific video, you could comment on the issue and say, I'm working on these timestamps, nobody else do it. Yeah. Is there a strategy for this? It's your discretion, but you can look at some of the examples to see how fine-grained they are. Like, I would say one timestamp every 5 minutes or so is perfectly fine. Yeah, it doesn't have to be too granular. You can see that, like, this specific video was building a simple real-time chat app. And so, I mean, sometimes there's a timestamp every 2 minutes, but it's really if the topic changes, then a timestamp is added. And then for, like, Q&A videos, let's see. You could really just add timestamps when I switch to answering a new question. And I guess there aren't any examples on here of Q&A. But I probably just need to add more examples in this repo, which I'll do off stream. And see you later, Mark. Thanks for hanging out. Cool. But when I come back, I'm going to start working on updating the frequently asked questions. Let me leave you with another YouTube video. And sorry for the raiders that I'm just leaving right when you get here, but I've been live for a long time, so I definitely need a break. Do something similar with subtitles. Yeah, I mean, that's another piece of the videos website is we want to pull in all of the subtitles for all of the videos, so that way whenever you do a search, it's searching across the subtitles as well. I mean, that gets us half the way there, because if the auto captioning was good enough, then when you search for a thing, you're going to find videos where I was talking about that thing. But let's watch this one. Cool. All right, I'll be back in 11 minutes and 19 seconds. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this roughly 10-minute video, I'm going to attempt to solve this code kata in as many ways as possible. So this is called, if you can't count sleep, just count sheep. So you are given a non-negative integer, for example, the number 3, and you must return a string with the murmur, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. So, it says the input will always be valid and there are no negative integers. So we're given a number, we need to create a string that repeats and counts up the number of sheep. Great. All right, I have here my function count sheep. I have a couple of console log tests. Right now, my function doesn't return anything, it's returning undefined. Let's fix that. I think the most basic way to solve this would be potentially with a for loop. Let's solve it with a for loop. And actually, I'm going to write some pseudocode. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say we need a place to store the string itself, so the thing that we're building up, right? We need to create a string that has 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep inside of it, so we need a place to store that. We then need to iterate up to the number provided, right? So we need to loop. We need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to whatever is provided. If it's 1, we go up to 1. If it's 3, we go up to 3. If it's 1,000,000, we go up to 1,000,000. But we need to iterate up to that number. And then for every single number, we need to append to that result string. So append, like I sheep, or like current number sheep to the result string. And a few dots after it. Hey, Rarsat Beards, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. There is sound, stop M's. We're in the middle of YouTube content. You can't interrupt me with YouTube content, in the middle of YouTube content. You've already interrupted, look, we've already wasted 2 minutes, stop it. Okay, so append the current number with sheep to the result string. We'll also need to append ... And then at the end of it all, we are going to current number sheep, right? And then we need to return the result string. Okay, so if you're new to coding and you've never solved problems like this before, this is a good way to approach it. Basically, you break it down into the steps in human readable terms, and then we can now turn these steps into code. But what I'll show you is there are many different ways to turn these steps into code. So first, we need a place to store the string. What that means is we need a variable. So I'll say, and it needs to be a let variable because we're going to reassign it. And let's just call it result, and we initialize it to the empty string. So we start off with nothing, and then we're going to build it up. We need to iterate to the number provided, not provider, provided. And so in this case, we're going to create a for loop that, I'm going to create a loop that goes from 1, because we need to start at 1, and we need to go up to the number itself. So we're going to start I at 1. We use I because we use I. I don't know. We could use another variable. But we're going to go while I is less than or equal to number, right? So if it's 1, do it. If it's 2, do it. And if num was 3, if it's 3, do it. But when I becomes 4, don't do it. So less than or equal to number. And then I plus plus. And actually, I'll update my pseudocode. So iterate up to the number, up to and including the number, right? Up to and including the number. Cool. So we have a loop. This is going to tell us each individual number value, and then we need to append that to the string. So we'll say result plus equals. We need to create a string that says the current number I, and then sheep, ... And are there yeah, there are no spaces between. So 1 sheep, 2 sheep. So that, I think this actually should do it. And then we... Thanks for the raid, Fimian. I'm on a break, but I'll be back soon. Welcome in, raiders. We return the result string. There we go. So we get 1 sheep, 1 sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. we're missing a space, right? So our output is missing the space between the number and sheep, so we need to put a space right here. All right, space before sheep, and I think we've done it. Just to test, I'm going to run my code on Code Wars, and if it passes, then we're going to write it in at least 2 more ways. We have 5 minutes, but at least 2 more ways. So I'm going to do a quick test. Pass. Great. So, like I mentioned, we have this pseudocode, but there are more ways to do it. I think the first way I'll show you is actually with our existing solution, but instead of a for loop, we could use a while loop. Let's do it with a while loop. That could be fun. So instead of a for loop, we're going to say we basically need I outside of the loop. So we'll say I equals 1, and we'll say while. And to convert a for loop to a while loop, you really just take this condition and you put it on the while, like that. And then you take this thing that's usually at the bottom of the for loop and you put it inside the while loop like this, and then that goes in there. And if we've done everything correctly, it works. So it's slightly different. Instead of having, because a for loop allows us to define all three things. We have our initial value, we have our check that happens on each loop, and we have our increment that happens on each loop, right? And we're doing the same thing, but now we're doing it with a while loop, and the result is the same. Great. The other thing I'll show you, which is, I mean, it's basically the same way to solve it, but instead of doing string concatenation here, we could do a template literal. So let's change that. So right here, instead of saying I plus sheep, so that's number plus sheep, it's creating a new string that's the combination of that number and that string. We can use what's known as a template literal. So we use backticks instead of single quotes. And then if we want to represent a variable inside of that string, we wrap it in curly braces and put money in front of it, and this will do basically the same thing. So 1 sheep, 2 sheep. It's a slight refactor, but it's about the same. I guess another thing I'll mention is that instead of starting at 1, typically you see for loops starting at 0, so we could start at 0, but then we would not want to go less than or equal. We would want to just go less than, and instead of just doing I, we would do I plus 1. So this solves it in the same way, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, but instead of starting the loop at 0, we started at 1. Great. That's awesome. So that's like the for loop way. Let's try to do it with array methods. So instead of a loop, I'm going to create an array of the length number, right? So here's what we'll do. We'll say array.from. We can pass it an object, which is an array-like thing that has a length property. So this is going to create an array of that given length, right? So we're basically creating a list. And actually, it's kind of going to be a one-liner, so just bear with me. So create an array of the length that we need. The interesting thing about array from is that it accepts a callback method, and you get the current value. In this case, the current value is going to be undefined because every value inside of that array doesn't exist because we're creating it from nothing. And so we'll use underscore, which just because we don't care about it. We could call it anything, but we're going to call it underscore, and then we get I, and I is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be the index itself. And this method here gets invoked for each value that we're trying to create. And actually, I do need result. This will actually work this way. So, and if I say let result start off as an empty string, this will do the same thing. So here's what happens. Result starts off empty. We're creating an array that's going to be this length, and then this function is basically like a map function. I'll show you map in a second, but this function will get called on every single value, and then we are appending the result itself, which is great. So that's nice. But let's actually use map instead. I mean, technically, if you were going to do this, you would probably do this instead of a map, because this is a bit more optimized because it runs this function while it's creating the array, whereas a map would create the array and then iterate. But we got a minute and a half, so let's do a map. So basically, I would just do this. So create the array. Now we have an empty array of values that are undefined. And then we want to map it, and that's going to give us each value, which is undefined, but we also want the index, because then we can do something like this. And so that's going to be the specific number of sheep at that place. Here we go. So map it. And then now this actually, so if I return this, I'll show you what we get. If If I return this, we get an array that has the values inside of it, but I want to turn that array into a string. So I could just do something like this. I could do .join and pass in the empty string, and that's going to take that array and smack it together back into the result. Great. And then we have 47 seconds. So the last thing I'll do is a reduce. So we create the array, and then instead of mapping and then joining, we can do it all in one go with a reduce. So we're going to do a reduce. We have our, let's call it result, because that's our accumulator. It starts off as an empty string, and then we just return result plus that value. And then we don't need the join anymore, and this should work. So one sheep, two sheep, one sheep, two sheep, three sheep. We have 20 seconds. What can we do in 20 seconds? I don't know. I think we're going to stop it there. Thank you all for watching. Let's see how many ways we solved it. So first, we solved it with pseudocode, which is not a programming language. So we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5, 6, 7, 8, roughly 8 different ways to solve the problem. And yeah, so somebody was like, hey, what happens if you do, let's just see if we pass in a really large number. It should work. We have written this function in a general enough way that no matter, we should pass in, no, there is no space. There is no space. So there should not be a space between the values. So we do need to pass in an empty string, not a space. Okay, but let's just try logging count sheep with 100. And look at that. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 sheep, 5 sheep, 6 sheep, 7 sheep, 8 sheep, and just, it keeps going on and on. Alrighty, everyone, thank you for watching. This was what, I'll go count again. Was it 9 ways? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish different ways to solve the problem. Hopefully this was fun and useful for you. Yes, this is technically YouTube content. You saw the thumbnail, you clicked the video, you watched to the end if you're hearing me say this. Thank you for tuning in. Everyone say bye, YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. This is me today. I look very different than I did in that YouTube video. All right, I've been live for 6 hours at this point, so I'm pretty tired. The last thing I'm going to do is update my frequently asked questions, and then I'm going to go from there. Actually, let's make sure that's what I actually want to do. I also need to update my VS Code extension, or VS Code settings page. And see ya, Goofer. Thanks for hanging out. Gonna get some gumbo. Nice, nice. I do have some emotes I need to upload. I don't know, but thank you to Fimian for that raid. Welcome in, raiders, if you're still here. That was past CJ you were just looking at. Let's try to make some updates to the frequently asked questions. Still here? Nice. Glad to have you. All right, let's see what needs to be updated. Oh, I forgot. I have a auto-generating table of contents for this thing. So like this is a massive README in a GitHub repo, but the yeah, it's already been 6 hours. Yeah, you've been here the whole time. Thank you, Staskly. I appreciate you. But the this table of contents gets auto-generated because I just have a bunch of sections and a bunch of questions that are answered. So I'm actually using, what is it? DocTalk, which is a module I found on NPM that will automatically update a markdown file with a table of contents based on the contents. Okay, what theme do I use in VS Code? That, I believe, is the right answer. Just black. Yes, that's still the right answer. Oh yeah, no idea what nickname. That thing was called Quacka. check it out there. Quokka.js. That's the thing that shows the results as you're running the code. Okay, what font do I use? That's still right. How do you select emojis? That's still right. Yeah, I think some people were asking about the break timer that I use. I did not write the break timer myself. This is an app that I pay for yearly, though I don't think I've paid this year, so I'm just on the free tier. But this one's specifically for Mac. But if you look at the frequently asked questions, I also link out to Stretchly, which is a free and open source break timer that works in a similar way. But it just reminds me to take breaks. And these days, I have to listen to them, or I will get burnt out again and not be able to function. Yeah. Oh, I guess I updated my keyboard to be the one that I talked about today. Fewer breaks on the free tier? No, it just affects some of the settings that you can set. So I'll show you. In here, usually you can't change which picture pops up during the break. So like if I showed an example, this little meditating guy, technically that's the legacy one, and the regular one is like a hammock. But you can't change the icon if unless you're on the paid plan. My support expired a year ago? Time flies. There's various settings you get access to. You don't need to buy it, but I do like to support them because I use it a lot. Okay. That should be fine. This is how I search the web. Are you looking for work? Will you build X for me? I have to come up with a better answer because I don't have a full-time job anymore. No. Yeah, just no. The answer is no. I'm not looking for work, and I don't want to build your app. Reminds me of Rick and Morty. Do you want to build an app? Do you want to build my app? There's like an alien that you don't want to build his app because once they built his app, he like tried to take over the world. Okay. Why don't I stream on YouTube anymore? I switched to Twitch fully at the end. Yeah, that's still relevant. Let's update my schedule in here. That was my break timer. It doesn't really manage time. For me, it's just all about taking my hands off the keyboard, like making sure I don't get a repetitive strain injury, and also making sure that I actually step away from my computer every hour or so and take breaks. But that's the app that I use. Cool. Do you do this full time? That's a different answer. Yes. I went full time in, I guess let's call it June 2022. Seems fine. Oh, that's funny, Asisberg. Yes! Actually, that's a good point. Do you do this full time? Yes, please support me so that I can stay... Yeah, please support me so I can stay full time. Here. That's funny, this Costas. I want to hire you for a project. We're going to extract olive oil with brute force. You have to bring your own stick. I'm good. I don't want to do that. Cool. Cool. Ooh, that's not right. My YouTube URL has changed. Cool. Jitter Ted! What's up, dude? It's been a while. Thanks for the raid. Shout out to our friend Jitter Ted. They do a whole lot of Java and testing and stuff like that. Welcome in, raiders. Today's a pretty chill stream. I'm actually updating... I'm not writing any code right now. I'm just updating my frequently asked questions page, which is here. And it's pretty outdated. I mean, I think I last updated it like a year ago. It's true. It's important to keep those frequently asked questions updated. Can I be a mod? The first rule of being a mod is you do not ask to be a mod. I haven't stood while streaming in a while, but I keep this on the frequently asked questions anyways. Yeah, documentation update stream, exactly. How long have you been doing this? 4.5. Okay, we need to calculate. So my first live stream was February 19th, 2018. Years since then. How long ago was February 19th, 2018? 4 years, 4 months, 23 days. Oh, what's up, Katoli? You're already a mod. So yeah, actually, I guess maybe I did update this more recently. So I've been live streaming for about 4.5 years. I think I updated a couple of questions recently. And then I can update this number. So between February 2018 and March 2022, so March 2022 must have been the last time I updated this, I've done 460 live streams. So if I check out Twitch Tracker, I think it's just twitchtracker.com. Yeah. Jitter Ted says, I avoid the maintenance problem by not having a frequently asked questions. That's one way to go about it. But I always find myself answering the same questions. So it helps me. I actually want to look at my commit date. So March 26 was my last commit, which means it was before this stream. So, and after that stream. How many is this? I'm just going to count by hand. Oh, actually, is it organized by date? There we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 460 plus 11 is 471. Does that include today? That includes today. Is there a way we can know how long we've been on stream? Yeah, the Alcabot lets you do following. That'll tell you how long you've been following my channel. I avoid the maintenance problem by not streaming, yeah. And Jitter Ted says, that's what happens. I just answered that 20 minutes ago. Yeah. I used to do a lot of that. I mean, these days, honestly, I still answer the question, and then I talk about the frequently asked. So I answer their question, and then I point them to the frequently asked questions. Because honestly, I feel like bad, or I feel guilty for not just addressing the new people in the chat, because new people have frequently asked questions. So, I don't know. Yeah. How did I start live streaming? That should all be the same. Where did the name come from? Yep. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Recent online. And July 12th. That's a lot of live streams. 471. Am I self-taught? No, I have a computer science degree. How long have I been coding? Over 17 years. What do you do for a living? In June 2022, I started creating content full time. So that's what I do for a living. Though right now I'm just living off of savings while I figure out how to actually make money. Yeah. Call me CJ. How old am I? 75. Who's that dog? He actually weighs over 130 pounds. I'll update that. Why don't I use Vim? Why do I prefer Vue? How do I like to deploy things? What are some good resources on learning to code? How is my computer set up? You can check out my gear. Yeah, so earlier today we updated my gear page. This just talks about all the stuff I use to stream. And I mainly updated it because today is Prime Day on Amazon. And you can get lots of good deals. Like I think like this keyboard I think has some deals going right now. Yeah. Save $14. But then I also talk about my streaming PC and then also all my cameras and lighting and stuff like that I use. You can check that out there. I still have the same laptop as 7 years ago. Why do I use a Mac? Because it just works. Why do I use DuckDuckGo? Because they respect my privacy. Yeah. Why is your CPU 107? I mean, right now it's 150, but it's not Celsius. This is Fahrenheit. I don't really play games. I mean, I've been playing with some friends, just like, but not. I don't stream them. Like I've played some Halo Infinite recently. I like to play Don't Starve Together, and I play Rocket League every now and then. But I'm not a frequent gamer. All right. Are there other questions I need to answer? I don't think so. I think that's a good enough update. Update answers. This is my t-shirt. If you want to get it, you can support me with merch. But you can see, so it's the Dark.js, but then there's a teeny little Coding Garden logo in the bottom left. I'll show you where you can get it. Here. Any t-shirt you buy here, I get $5 from the sale. So yeah, there's a long sleeve and a short sleeve. Yep. If you don't want the little Coding Garden logo on there, I believe if you search for like JS Dark T, some other people have printed similar ones, but yeah, it's dark mode. And it's really if you want to support the Coding Garden. Oh yeah, Invite is asking, am I excited about Bun? See, it seems cool. It's nice that it's fast. It's nice that there will be competition for Node.js, and honestly, like, it'll not force, but Node.js will be more incentivized to focus on speed and runtime and stuff like that. It's from Teespring, so they ship a lot of places. You'll have to try checking out to see if they ship to your address, but they do ship a lot of places. But yeah, Bun seems cool, but it is very much in beta, and It's gotten so much press recently because it went from private to open source beta. And it's great that it's got all the hype because people that know Zig, which is the lower level language they use to write it, and people that know about JavaScript Core, which is the JavaScript engine in it, they can help contribute to the project, and otherwise they wouldn't have known about it. So it's good to build hype, but it is really young. It is like, it's years away from being production ready. But it seems cool. The other issue, though, is like Dino has been around a little bit longer. Wait, why do you want to know my... Oh, Dino.dev is for deployment. How do I find Dino Lang? Dino Land. Here we go. Dino has been around a little bit longer, and like they had similar ideas. Like they want it to be faster than Node, and also they want it to be more secure than Node, and like support some like JavaScript features out of the box that Node doesn't, because it's using CommonJS instead of ECMAScript modules. But I don't know, like Dino has been out for years now, and I think Dino is technically production ready, but not only does something need to be production ready, it also needs to have a community behind it, right? Like there need to be packages out there that are supported by the community, and like issues and message boards where people can get help with a specific thing. And Bun is just way too young to have any of that. Dino has been around long enough that they do have a lot of that, and especially like their new Fresh framework, which is kind of like Next.js, but it works in Dino and does cool server-side rendering stuff. I don't know. My answer to your question, what was the question? Am I excited for Bun? No, I think it's overhyped. They have some good ideas, but overall it's very, very hyped right now. And I'm more excited for Dino to just have more support, because actually, like, looking at Bun, I don't see them talking about the security issues that Dino addressed. Like, security isn't even listed on their landing page, and that's actually one of the major benefits I think that Dino introduced. Dino Land. Because in Node.js, any Node program has full access to the operating system. There's no special privileges, but Dino programs specifically basically have to like opt in to file system privileges or any of the other privileges, which is great, because if you're running random code from the internet, you're going to want to know what privileges it needs. So I don't know. How do I handle all these commands? I just have a CloudBot from Streamlabs. Yeah. I think Stream Elements might have a similar thing, but basically on Streamlabs, it's just a web UI where I can add all the commands. And then when you go to the coding.garden/commands, this actually just makes a request to the Streamlabs API. We were talking about this earlier because I have a bunch of like small static sites at the root of Coding Garden. This is just a static site that makes a request. Well, I guess I wrapped it. So I have my own little serverless function here that behind the scenes calls Streamlabs with my API key to get all of my commands. And then I just list all of those commands on the page. So this page is literally just listing the commands that are listed on Streamlabs. Isn't JavaScript permanently in beta? No. Like every new version of ECMAScript describes how it should behave, and then JavaScript engines slowly add the functionality, but yeah. How long till Dino is production ready? No idea. I mean, that could be interesting. Yeah, like if you take a look at Bun's GitHub, there are a lot of issues open, and like I think so. It's basically just being really it's being hyped. I'm saying don't believe the hype. Be pragmatic about it. But also, one of the issues is like they got all of this hype behind them, but they weren't ready to manage all of the incoming issues on GitHub. So there were people opening issues because like they had trouble installing Bun, or like one specific thing didn't work, and if you actually read the README, you would see that, oh yeah, that's not supported right now. But now there's just 200 issues that they have to wade through to figure out which ones are actually the issue. So I think before they went this public and had this much hype, they should have prepared and to manage their GitHub issues better. And I'd have to look into their project just to see like where their roadmap is and what they actually need help with. Because then, yeah, we could try to write some code for it, fix one of the issues, but I don't know which issues are prioritized or, yeah, I mean, I guess they have labels, so bug. But yeah, you also don't know if it's actually a bug or if the person reporting it just added that tag. You can also see that this need repro, so these are all bugs people have reported, but they haven't been reproduced, so they might not actually be bugs. I don't know. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm going to end pretty soon, though. Yeah, Dino is made by the guy who made Node, Ryan Dahl, and mainly because he's fixing all of his mistakes, he says, anyways. What's the better for rendering than create element and append child for performance? I'm not sure what you're asking, Wucha. Like, are you saying would you rather create an element or append a child? And you're trying to figure out which one you want to do? I don't know what you're asking. Development halted for months to resolve all the issues. Yeah. What's the business model of those large projects that decide to go open source? Donations? No, so for Dino, it varies. For Dino, they actually have, and I don't know why, like, it asked me to log in. I'd like to be able to see the site before logging in, but dino.dev is a way of hosting your Dino apps. And so that's how one way they're going to make their money is people paying for hosting on Dino Deploy. And if you look at the pricing model here, they have a free plan and then a pro plan. So specifically for like the Dino project, they're going to make money by hosting people's Dino apps. For Bun, I don't know if they have a revenue model or if they're even planning to make money in any way. Like it could just be that Jared Sumner, the guy that started this, had an interesting idea about combining JavaScript core with some other lower level language just to make it really fast. He prototyped it. He got some basic work on it done and then was like, all right, let's open source this so that other people can contribute and we can reach the goal of like full feature parity of Node.js sooner rather than later. So I think that's Bun's incentive for going open source is he just wants more people contributing to it so that it can move faster, but he may not be trying to make money in any way. Yeah. I really like there'll be a faster JavaScript runner than V8, but I have no FOMO, so I'm patiently waiting. Yeah. And Wucha is saying, I think I can improve performance when I append child because you're creating too many elements. Yeah, I don't know. And I guess it would depend on your specific use case. But yeah, like if you're creating a ton of elements in like a render or a loop, that potentially has a performance impact versus like creating a single element and then setting its inner HTML to be the combined total of all the elements you're appending. But yeah, I don't have a good performance answer for you, like which is better, one or the other. I would say try it. Like try not appending and doing something else to see if it's any faster. Oh, I see what you mean. Like the it's funny that you made this to illustrate your comment. I like it. I like it. We could probably do one with the JS font. Cool. All right. Thanks again for that raid, Jitter Ted. And thanks, Raiders, if you stuck around. But I gotta go. I've been live for over 6 hours today. It was a fun one. I appreciate everybody for hanging out. Lots of interaction today. Tons of support. Thank you all for the gifted subs and the resubs and all that stuff. Appreciate you. Yeah. Glad to hear it, Judge. Yeah, I'm glad for like certain people that are like they're working today or they're doing other things. They keep me on in the background to keep them company. I appreciate it. All right, we're gonna go on a raid. I don't know where, but wherever we go, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. If you are a sub, you can use that raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use this raid message. Or you can come up with your own raid message. We also have this raid emote that doesn't get used enough. So if you're a sub, you can use that emote. The next stream is tomorrow night. Check out the schedule and add it to your schedule. So if you click on the calendar link, this should show it in your time zone. Some people were saying it doesn't, but tomorrow at 6:30 my time, Mountain Time, we're doing a Code Wars stream. That will be different if you're in a different time zone. Different time for you. Okay, I'm going to go now. Like I said, you all are awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all your supports. I guess a quick mention, if you'd like to support me, join my mailing list. I started the mailing list, I guess, a month and a half ago, and I've literally only sent one email, which was today. I don't spam you. My main goal is to just keep track of the people that are interested in my content that is agnostic of a platform like Twitch or YouTube or Discord. So join the mailing list. It helps me. And also, I'll be launching some courses soon. And if you're on the mailing list, you'll be the first to know about it. All right. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.